Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Vulcan Report. This is really not a Vulcan Report. To be honest with you, I don't really know what this is. I'm just going to talk and I want you all to listen. What I'm about to talk about, I'm sure, is going to be considered highly controversial. You won't find this information anywhere else on the web, the internet, nothing. I don't hear anyone else talking about this or have ever talked about it. No one. Not even the famous YouTube channels, not even the famous underground media, alternative media, nothing, nobody. No Wall Street pundit or analyst, no one. No talking heads, no CNN, nothing. I just want you to think about this. I want you guys to really concentrate on what I'm about to say. There's no flashy documentary type material here. It's just me talking and you listening. I'm going to shed some light on a few things, and I just want I think it needs to be talked about. It needs to be said. We live in very precarious times, and there is things that are happening that I don't think a lot of people are aware of because there's so much noise out there. Okay, this is unscripted. This is just some things that's been on my heart over the weekend. I do a lot of research usually on the weekends. That's when I have time to sit back, reflect, chill, things like that. Well, I've been poring over charts and going through all types of news articles and just looking at a lot of different things. And I've noticed that we've been deceived. There is a terrible spirit of deception that's been going on. Case in point, this whole Mandela effect. Prior to this year, I've never even heard of it. Didn't know anything about a Mandela effect, even why they called it Mandela in the first place. But that's not the issue. That's not the subject of this video. The subject of this video is global economic financial collapse, the destruction of fiat currency as we know it. Now, in the beginning of this video, I said I'm going to discuss things that no one else is talking about. Well, you can do a Google search and a billion different things will come up for financial collapse and all this stuff imminent. Lately, there's been a lot of talking about financial collapse by the end of May 2016, talking about the dollar is going to collapse and all this other stuff. You've been hearing about collapse now for quite some time. The average person has been hearing about it since 2008. But what I'm about to share with you is mind-blowing. I think it's going to change a lot of people's perceptions of things. And I don't even know how to even present this material. I'm being honest. I'm out of my comfort zone here. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how to say it. I'm just going to talk. If I don't make sense, please forgive me. If I'm not as articulate as I would want to be and I confuse people, please forgive me in advance. This is a highly complex thing. I may have to turn this into a series of videos, but I just want you guys to really hear me from my heart and feel what I'm going to cover. Let's just jump right into it. I don't even know how many videos this is going to be, but it just has something that has to be dealt with. Okay. I'm going to put it out here like this, and then we're going to break it down. What if I told you there is no economic collapse? What if I told you there is no global financial collapse? What if I told you there never was a collapse in the first place? And then what if I flipped it and said, the reason why there is no collapse, the reason why we're not going to have a collapse is because it already happened. We missed it. That's right. The collapse that everyone on CNN, CNBC, Bloomberg, Everyone from Gerald Celente to Peter Schiff to Alex Jones. I have nothing but the utmost respect for these guys. Learned a lot of things from these guys over the years. I applaud them. I love these guys, okay? But they even missed it. There is no collapse. It's already happened. We missed it. We weren't paying attention. We were so enamored with everything else that we totally missed it. They got us. They've been 10 steps ahead of us the whole time. The reason why there is no collapse is because it already happened. Utterly. The next issue that I'm going to discuss is everyone's been talking about the global reset and all this reset. You missed that too. The reset has already happened and you missed it. You missed it. As a matter of fact, it happened twice. And we're going to discuss that. I will prove to you, giving you enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, that everything that I'm going to cover is absolutely true. And that is why you've been seeing the craziness you've been seeing. Now let me present you with Exhibit A for evidence. Have you noticed, if you've been paying attention, that hedge funds right and left have been closing up shop? Case in point, my man and your man's man, one of the top traders of all time, Paul Tudor Jones, was in the news, if not for 5 seconds. They said that he had $1 billion liquidation. That's right, $1 billion came out of his fund. Now, I don't care if his fund is $1 trillion fund. It's irrelevant. The bottom line is he had an enormous redemption in his fund. Okay? Top dog. Not to mention other world-renowned hedge fund guys, Wall Street guys, have been closing up shop, closing down their funds. Going as far back as 2007, 2008, there were people that were closing, and they even made statements on their way out saying that they could no longer make money. Whatever arbitrage system they were using, or whatever system they were using, or whatever loophole they were taking advantage of was closed. Whatever anomaly that they were taking advantage of didn't exist anymore, or just period, their strategy, their methodology just stopped working. Okay? So you have to ask yourself a question. Did their methodology stop working? Or are the markets broken? Let that sink in for a minute. Have you ever considered that the financial markets are broken? Now, not broken in the sense of they don't work anymore. Oh no, I'm going to prove to you that the markets are more efficient than they've ever been. Ever. The efficient market hypothesis that existed from day one that you're taught about in business school never existed until now, and I will prove that as well. Yes, I'm going to prove to you that the world as we know it went bye-bye, and we weren't even alert and awake enough to notice it when it happened because we weren't paying attention. So by the end of this video, the question's going to be, there could be numerous questions, but one of them are going to be, if we missed this, such a loud explosion as this, what else have we missed and not been privy to that's been having the wool pulled right over our eyes right in front of us? That's like a nuke going off 10 feet in front of you and you don't hear, see anything. Technically you wouldn't either way. You would just evaporate in seconds, but you get my point. Something so spectacular and marvelous happening before your eyes and you're too blind to even see it or hear it. It's like being mute. We're zombies. We've been walking around as zombies and haven't even noticed. This is spectacular information. All right, let's get into the meat of it now. I've given you my thesis. The thesis is that there is no collapse because it already happened. There is no global reset because it's already happened twice. All right. Now, I'm going to do my best to explain what I mean. I'm going to do my best to break this down. I'm only one man. I'm not the most articulate dude on the planet, but I'm going to do my best to try to describe and explain what it is I'm saying. I don't have a whole lot of charts and graphs and things of that nature, bells and whistles. I don't even know how to make videos like that. I don't know how to make documentaries, okay? I didn't take film in school or nothing like that. I don't know nothing about that. I just talk and present facts, and that's it. So, without further ado, let's get into some facts. Fact number one, okay? Fact number one. The collapse has already happened. I'm going to pause for a second. If you have not already done so, I highly encourage you to go and listen to the WAN playlist, and that link to that playlist is at the bottom of this video in the description. The WAN, W-A-N, the Wide Awake News radio show archives that I did with the late great Charlie McGrath. I covered a lot of things in those radio broadcasts. We talked about a lot of issues, things that I presented. And at the time that I presented them, people thought I was nuts. They thought I was off my rocker. People were begging Charlie to get rid of me and never have me come back on the show again because the things that I was presenting was so far out there. But I did tell people to long suffer with me. If you just be patient, everything that I'm saying to you is going to come out in the days, weeks, and months ahead. And sure enough, everything I ever discussed on that show has come to pass. Everything on the show. I was talking about Obama way before everyone else was. Now, Alex Jones did an amazing documentary on the Obama deception. But I covered things from a different perspective. And if you go back and listen to those broadcasts, you will hear exactly what it is I said. Everything that's been coming out, there's so many different topics and subjects that we dealt with. And I really think that you guys would be able to benefit from what I'm going to be sharing in this series of videos I'm doing now. You would benefit from listening to that because you're going to have a zillion questions, and a lot of them will be answered if you go back and listen to those prior broadcasts. You'll see what I'm talking about. Everything that's happening now has already happened before, and you're just getting it confirmed now. I'll say it again. Everything that is happening now has already happened before, and is just being confirmed now. Let that sink in for a minute. We dealt with a lot of topics, a lot of subjects, a lot of things. All right, moving on. One of the things that we need to talk about when we say that the collapse has already happened is to understand what do we mean when we say economic collapse. Well, we're talking about failure. We're talking about economic failure. When an individual's debt to income ratios get out of whack, economic collapse happens. Well, I'm not going to take anything for granted. I'm going to assume that some of you don't know what that is. So let's break that down. Your debt to income ratios, meaning that it's what you're taking in versus how much you have to spend out. So if you have a job making $120,000 a year, but yet you're in $1 million in debt, well, you're upside down because your debt has exceeded your income. All right. Then you break it down by monthly debt to income ratios. Same thing that FHA loans use when they're doing your criteria, and any other mortgage for that matter. But the FHA set the pace for debt to income ratios. I do not remember off the top of my head what those ratios were. That was a long time ago when I had my mortgage company, so I don't remember. But I think it was something like 37, 41, 41, 30, something like 36. Anyway, in other words, if you make $10,000 a month, let's say that's your net that you're bringing in per month, $10,000 after taxes and everything else, that's your net that your paycheck is, $10,000 a month. But you have to write out a check for monthly expenses of $12,000. Well, now you're $2,000 in the hole every month. Okay, so you're bleeding money. Your debt exceeds your income. That's debt to income ratios. Okay, you're negative at that point. All right. The ideal debt to income ratio is if you bring in $10,000 a month after you pay your mortgage and your utilities and all your revolving loans and installment loan debt, total, everything total should not exceed $3,000 a month. That is the ideal DTI, debt to income ratio. You're bringing in 10,000, however your bills and monthly expenses total, everything is no more than $3,000 a month. That is ideal. That's stellar. You're A plus at that point because your income far exceeds your debt at that point. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, question to you. How long do you think it would take if I made $10,000 a month, but my bills were $12,000 a month? How long before we realize ruin? Something is happening that you have to deal with at that point. You cannot go on too much longer when you're writing more than what you're bringing in. Something has to give, right? It doesn't take long. Well, governments are no different. States and local municipalities are no different. Okay, if you don't have the money to build roads, then the roads don't get built. All right, unless you have the ability to borrow funds from other sources, issuing bonds, things like that. I mean, that's where municipal bonds come from, raising money so that we can upkeep the monthly needs and things of that nature for the state. That's where your taxes come in to build bridges and roads and schools, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, look at it this way. For the purposes of this video, when I'm talking about economic collapse, we're talking about the death of the dollar, right? The death of the fiat currency. What if I told you there can be no death of the fiat currency because there technically was no fiat currency to begin with? It was all a lie. It was a ruse for the benefit of the public. Now that sounds far out and far-fetched and crazy, right? Like I'm on medication or something, right? Okay, well, bear with me for a minute, all right? Because we're gonna break this down, all right? This is just my intro to what we're gonna be dealing with. I'm going to prove and show you that there is no dollar. There never was a dollar. Not in the sense that we all think of dollar. Fiat is pretty much dead, done, and over with. So is the U.S. Constitution. We're no longer under a U.S. Constitution. We haven't been under a U.S. Constitution in a very, very long time. I'm going to point that out and prove that in the video as well. There's no Constitution. There's no dollar. There's no economic collapse. There's no global reset. It's all smoke and mirrors to deceive and keep you twisted up even further. And I'm going to explain and demonstrate what I mean in the next video. Thank you for your time, and stay tuned for the next installment. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Vulcan Report Special. There is no financial collapse. There's no collapse of the financial system. As I indicated in the introduction video, I told you that we were going to go through this step by step. I just want to point out some things that many people have not been made aware of and never even thought to even consider. So that's what we're going to do. This is my attempt to walk you through some things to kind of shed some light on what's going down. Right now, the first chart that you're looking at is a chart of the mini S&P 500 futures contract. You're looking at the year 2001. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to September the 11th, 2001. And I want to show you some interesting things here. The first thing I'm going to set out to demonstrate by way of evidence that there is no collapse is because it's already happened is this Exhibit A. This S&P chart of 2001, specifically during 9/11. The reason why there is no economic collapse is because it's already happened. The economic collapse happened on September the 11th, 2001. The economic crisis, the economic collapse. Everyone's talking about the dollar becoming worthless, the dollar crashing. All of this has already happened. They're waiting for some unforeseen event that is never going to come because it's already happened. You missed it. You weren't paying attention. This bar right here represents the week prior to 9/11. That's this bar right here. Okay? On the day of 9/11, something very incredible happened. The U.S. financial system collapsed. It collapsed on September the 11th, 2001. The reason why you won't be able to do any research on this topic in the way that I'm going to present it is because the only way to have seen it was to be an eyewitness to the event. While everybody else was paying attention to the buildings falling down, everyone missed what was right in front of their face, and that was this right here. The entire financial system of the U.S. economy went belly up. I was there. I know what I saw. All right, this is during my Wall Street days. The futures markets, as you know, trade before the 9:30 opening bells. Okay? This event happened prior to the opening bell. When the first alert that one of the buildings was on fire, that happened before the 9:30 opening bell. Okay? As far as the second quote-unquote plane allegedly hitting the tower, the second tower, again, prior to the 9:30 opening bell. Then what happened? Well, back in these days, and some of this information is going to overlap because I'm trying to lay this out for you. Prior to what we have today, the market that you have today did not exist then. In 2001, the 2001 market was different than today's market. All right? Very different. Night and day different. The world was in a process of changing when this happened. Now, notice something in this chart. I'm going to pause for a minute. Notice something in this chart. What does it say right here? Those of you who've been following the Volcker Report for the last couple of years, you know that when I pull these charts up from the system that I designed and built, I have this at the bottom letting you know the major trend in the market. Well, what does this one say? This says bear market. We were already in a bear market prior to the September 11th attack. Hence the little red bear, the little grizzly bear in the bottom right hand corner. You guys remember my little bear. I put the bear in the corner there, or the bull in the corner. He's green. In this case, it's red. We have a red bear, red coloring bear market. You can see with the naked eye the downtrend. Okay, downtrend. The market was already headed toward this trajectory before this happened. Something else to make note of during the month of September of 2001, almost moments, if you want to break it down, to the 9/11 attack, we had the announcement the day before that there was trillions of dollars missing from the Pentagon budget per se. Well, I don't know about you, But if $1 trillion is missing, that's enough to break the bank, wouldn't you say? And then the next day or the next moment in time, we have 9/11. Isn't it interesting that everything prior to 9/11 that was under investigation leading up to 9/11 was also targeted on 9/11? The Pentagon was hit right in the nerve center where the investigations and things were taking place, looking at the finances of the Pentagon. Everything's gone now. The Twin Towers that housed a lot of things, such as different government agencies as well as large financial institutions, Wall Street firms, gone, disappeared. Evidence, gone, disappeared. Very interesting, isn't it? There's a reason for it. From this bar going back, all right, from this bar here going all the way back, represents, are you ready for this? The end of the old economy. The new economy starts here, the week after they reopened the market after 9/11. This is your starting point for everything right here. New market, new everything. Again, old market, old economy, new market, new economy. As we go on, you're going to see why I say this. Okay, some of you that are listening to this video are going to be too young to remember a lot of the information that's going to be put here in this video. But just bear with me and walk with me down this memory lane. Some of you, all you know is this new world. So let me tell you about how the old world operated. From this bar going back, all right, you didn't have online trading like you have it now. Everything was done the old school way. If you wanted to trade in the market, you had to pick up a phone and call a broker. You had to have a brokerage account with said broker. You would call him and you would say, hey, I need to place a trade in such and such. Buy me whatever, shares of this stock or that stock. Mr. Commodities Broker, go ahead and buy me one Novi bean at whatever the price was back then. I'm gonna say it's probably around $4 a bushel. So buy me one Novi at 4. Put stop at 3.50. That's how you would do it. Or you say, Mr. Commodities Broker, buy me one Christmas cotton at 60 and a quarter, and don't worry about a stop because you have such a large account. You could do that too. All right, for those of you who don't know the terminology, Novi is short for the November contract. Christmas is the acronym used for the December contracts in futures. Okay, so that's how you would say it. That's how you would do it. Okay, and you needed a phone to do this. You had a phone line. There were really old school ways of doing things. Everybody didn't really have a cell phone back then. Cell phones was new technology. All right, the traditional cell phones that really came out back in the 80s were humongous. They were like briefcases, okay? And some of them actually came in a little briefcase that you carry with you if you wanted to use that cell phone. They were humongous. Nothing like what we have today. So that's how you traded back then. There was really no online. The revolution for online actually started here. And we're going to get into that. Old economy, new economy. All right? This here did not represent what people thought it represented. This technically was the end of the industrial age. This here is the beginning of the information age. I'm going to show you what I mean by that in just a second. Okay, so we're in the downtrend market, old economy, 9/11 happens, and then here we are. Here are some events that happened on 9/11 that you probably won't be able to find anywhere else or see anywhere else. Are you ready? I'm going to run them down quickly. The first thing that happened was the US dollar went to zero. It literally went to zero. It's gone. It went to zero. Gold and silver became priceless on the charts. The prices literally went off of the charts on the screen. You couldn't price it. The foreign exchange to the dollar was ridiculous. I saw one quote for British pound was like 10,000 to 1 on the dollar. It was ridiculous. All right, so we went to zero. We were done. We were bankrupt. We were destroyed. Precious metals were priceless, and that's when they turned the machines off and said, okay, close the markets. We have to close the markets. Let me explain to you what that meant. All right. When Baldhead Slim came on TV at the New York Stock Exchange and said, close the markets, all right, the head of the NYSE said, we're closing the markets. The U.S. markets closed and shut down in unison. That means all forex trading, commodity futures trading, and equity trading and bond trading stopped simultaneously. Done. Kaput. Now here is the amazing thing that happened following that. Okay. All trades, okay, approximately $1 trillion that day went up in smoke. Every trade that was put on prior to him coming on to the podium and saying shut down the markets was erased, eradicated as if it never existed. You can't to this day even buy historical prices for 9/11. You can buy historical prices going back to the 1800s. In some cases, even the 1700s. For just about every market on the planet, including soybeans, corn, and wheat. But you will not get a price quote for 9/11. For nothing, anything. It does not exist. Those prices were removed, eradicated. All trades busted. That means they never happened. It did not exist. All right? All sins forgiven. You know what another word for that is? Reset. We already had a global reset. It was 9/11. Everything reset on 9/11. So 9/11 didn't happen. Hence the skippage. Here's this bar. We stop here, this bar here in the middle is gone. Here we are. All right? Everything reset on 9/11 because the U.S. economy went to zero. It was bankrupted. It was destroyed. The old economy here was wiped out, eradicated, destroyed. Now, the only thing left to do after that was to make it official. How do you make it official? Are you ready for this? You erase everything going back to 1997. Right here. So the week that it took them a week to close out everything and boot up the new system. And when they did that, they erased everything prior. All gains made, everything gone. The go-go 90s, gone. This low represented the end of everything else, wiping out, erasing everything else, and starting anew. All right? Now, the next chart you're going to see is going to demonstrate what I just showed you in this chart. People like to say that the tech bubble bursted in 2000. I'm going to demonstrate to you that the tech bubble did not blow up in 2000. What blew up was this, the old economy. Check, just bear with me. Walk with me for a minute. Check, peep this, peep this. All right, Exhibit B. Same year, NASDAQ bubble, okay? This here is the NASDAQ chart. All right. It was also already in a downtrend. It was in a bear market. Notice the difference though. This chart is well under the Kumo cloud, and it's been down there for a while now, right? Go back one. This one's under the Kumo cloud too, but not like the NASDAQ was. So if the NASDAQ bubble truly did pop, how do you explain this low made after they reopened the markets, which showed the bottom? This right here is the bottom. And I'm going to show you that this bottom right here definitely marked the end. And never look, we bounced from here and never looked back. Never looked back. And to this day now, where is the NASDAQ? Right where it quote unquote left off in 2000. What? What do you mean? How is that possible? I'm going to show you. Let's go back one though. Just wanted to bring this up to you. Peep this. Here we go back to the 9/11 chart. Again, everything was broke and bankrupt. They had to bust the trades out as if they never existed. They said it never happened. 9/11 did not happen. We just went from one day, September the 10th, and skipped to September the 15th. All those days in between didn't happen. All right? We basically stopped time and erased all trades, all financial dealings on 9/11, eradicated. And then we booted up the new system. Now the next slide and the next video, I'm going to demonstrate and talk to you and show you how what the old system looked like and how it operated, so you can get an idea of the birth of this new system versus the old system. And I think you're going to be blown off your feet even more. So thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for part 2. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Vulcan Report Special Report. There is no collapse because the collapse has already happened. Excuse me. In our next exhibit, we're going to now look at where was the dollar in all this? What was happening in the dollar when all these other things were happening? Well, I'm going to tell you that there is no dollar because the dollar has been replaced. I repeat, the fiat currency known as the US dollar has been replaced. Has not been replaced with dinars, has not been replaced with any other of these things you've heard about, not bitcoins, none of that stuff. All right? It has not. It's been replaced with something far more nefarious. And we're going to break that down as the series progresses. But right now you're looking at a chart of the US dollar index futures contract. And this right here is the 1990s, okay? You're looking at 1990 right now, okay? This right here, this bar right here, as you can see on the screen, is December the 15th of 1989. So here we are in the 80s. Notice how high we were. We were at 103.82 as of the week of September the 8th of 1989. As we get into the 90s, you can see we're leaving this bull market down to a bear market. So we're leaving a strong dollar policy to now a weak dollar policy. Compare and contrast. Here is 1 month. Here's the next month. All right. This is where we're headed. This is what they do. This is how we roll. Now, one other thing I want to show you here, if I can get it to the way I need it to look here on the screen. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So this is January of 1990. Okay. And here is where we finished in 89. This is December of 89. And then we're starting January here. Now let's move forward a little bit. Okay. All right. Now, as you can see, this bar is January of 90. This bar right here is August of 90. Okay. So here we are. This is good old 1990. We stayed in a range of, we'll say, 93 to 85. All right. Well, question for you. Where are we today? 95.67 as I'm doing this video. That's where the US dollar is. Very interesting, isn't it? So, you can see not a lot has transpired, has it? Beg to differ. Check this out. All right, as we move on beyond August of 1990 and get into September, October, and November of 1990. Do you recall what was happening during this time? For those of you old enough to remember, well, guess what? We had the first Gulf War. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Gulf War, followed by a U.S. recession. And that lasted from between 1992 and 1994. U.S. recession. But right now, this is pre-recession. This is the Gulf War. Dollar is doing what? It's getting even weaker. Look at these prices. Look, we're at the 81 handle. All right, this is 1990. All right, ladies and gentlemen, weak dollar policy. All right, weak dollar policy. Falling from the end of 1989 where we were at 103, 104, and here we are at 81. All right, all this represents that Gulf War kicking off of 1990. 1990 is your Gulf War. All right, interesting, weak dollar going down. Okay, the only thing that could save us at this point would be some type of a war, wouldn't you agree? Well, check this next line out. After the war is pretty much over and done with, and they say we came, we saw, we conquered, and with little resistance, what happens? We go right back up to where we were. War saved the day. And again, now we're still an old economy. We're an old economy. All right. I'm showing you the when, and I'm showing you the why. And then we're going to get to the how the dollar was replaced. So here is the when we were under the old paradigm, under the dollar, under the paper fiat currency. And one thing to be pointed out is at this time too, there was no such thing as a credit score. There was no FICO score. All right, no FICO score, no FICO score, no credit report, none of that stuff. And interest rates were like 22%, 18, 19, 20, 22%. Okay, so here we are. This is that era. All right, now we're getting a stronger dollar. All right, King dollars is flexing its muscles after we went over there and kicked sand all over the place. Here we are now with a stronger dollar at home. But wait, it gets even better. By 1992, the recession is in full swing, and here we are. Dollar going back down, now hitting a new low. Here we are now at the 78 handle. Okay, broke that old support of 81, and we go down in the 78 handle. Full-blown recession the U.S. is in, right? 1992, good old 92. But now peep this. We get even stronger. Look at us. We're getting strong again, right? Now, by 1994, as things are kicking off, we're in this recession here, and the dollar is steadily getting stronger because of the new oil situation that's being kicked off in the Persian Gulf. All right, then here we are. We're correcting now. We're in 94 here. All right. Now we're into the start and the beginning of 1995, and we come back down here to this good old 81-ish handle. Remember the 81s? Here we go again. All right. And then something interesting begins to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the go-go 90. Okay, so if we look here, we can see that we're looking now at the beginning of the go-go 90s. Once you get into 95 and above, that's when things really start to get interesting. All right, 95 and above, here we are. Here comes this tech age starting to take off, starting in the telecom sector, and this talk about the internet, having an internet starts to take off. This is when cable companies start talking about also getting in on it, on the act, and having more of a play. Having internet through them, and having it, instead of it being dial up, you can have it through your cable lines. This is the beginning stages of talks about that. All right, all this stuff coming into play. All right, technology taking off. Here's the dollar starting to strengthen up a little bit, and then something interesting happens. We get even higher. We're getting back up to par now. Now we're in 97. This is May 97. Look at this, May 97. Getting stronger. Oh, look at this, May 90. Now we're in August 97. What happens? We break par. We back over 100. Look at the market. Uh-oh. Now we're staying above 100. Not even moving, just oscillating between 102 and 100. Look at that. And this is from January of 98 until, let's say, looks like July of 98. All right, and we're continuing on here. All right, we fall off here, and same year 98, only to strengthen back up and hit new highs. And 99, remember the 1999, you had the Y2K thing going on. Oh, all the computers are going to crash come January 1 of 2000. Okay, Y2K, big scare, telling you about, the machines crashing, blah, blah, blah. Preparing you for something, preparing you for a crash, for the end of the world, for calamity, okay? That's what you were told. And then look what happens. The year progresses. Here we are now in December of 1999. What happened? The dollar fell precipitously, got all the way down here to the mid 90 handle, and came back up above par again as we get toward the end. How do you have a strong dollar if you say Armageddon is coming? You would think that back here in October of 99, that we would have continued to see crashing get going into 2000, leading us all the way up to 2000. That's not what's happening. The dollar is powering up instead. If the world's coming to an end January 1 of 2000, why did the dollar bottom out here in October of 2000? You would think that a much weaker dollar would be in play if the world was coming to an end. Now, this was being hyped by mainstream media and all types of, intelligent people, per se. The scientists, the trusted good old scientists that we trust so much, was telling us how the end of the world was going to be and how terrible this was, and people are going to be dying. There are going to be dead bodies in the street. All your loved ones that are on life support in the hospital and rely on machines and things, they're just going to drop dead because the machines are going to turn off. You're not going to be able to keep them on. This is a calamity. Congress needs to do something. We need to have the smartest minds. This is what you were told. This was a very powerful psyop dating back to 2000, or I should say right before 1999, preparing you for the millennium. There was chaos and calamity, saying that 2000, the age of Aquarius, the turn of the century, the new millennium, was going to be catastrophic if we didn't do thus and so. People spent tens of thousands of dollars in dried food and things of that nature and prepping. This is the origination of a systematic prepper mentality. Preppers have always been around, but this is where it really became mainstream, was right up in here. Okay? Look what happens. 2000 rolls around. Ta-da! Nothing happens and the dollar screams to new heights. This is where things really get funny. Look at this. The dollar just takes off. No problem. Look at that. No problem. All right? No problem at all. Strong dollar. Here we are in 2000. Now, I want to show you something now. While this dollar is getting stronger, something nefarious is happening in the stock market. Its chart doesn't look like this. It looks something totally different than this. All right, around this time, starting from December of 1999 up to, let's get here, March. We'll start here from this bar here to this bar here. Okay, for these 4 or 5 weeks right here. During this time right here, right in here, in between meetings, the Federal Reserve started lowering interest rates. It lowered interest rates multiple times in 2000. All right, when you lower rates, you're trying to make it easier for people to spend money and things of that nature, right? Okay, and the claim was, we want to cool off the economy. What do you mean cool off the economy? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. If you want people to cool off and you want them to stop spending, you raise rates. Make it harder to spend. You don't lower them, making it easier to borrow and spend. That's just common sense. But look at this chart. Something's happening. Something is happening here. And it ain't pretty. All right? During this time, you had what people thought and what they were told to believe was the popping of the technology bubble, the tech sector implosion, where multiple startup stocks and things of that nature went to zero. They blew up. They started from zero overnight and went to hundreds of dollars, some even $1,000, and then they went to zero. All right, companies were going out of business, right and left. The NASDAQ hit 5,000 and then retreated, and people start crying and saying, oh man, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was getting into. They were calling for what? What was the public outcry? Government intervention. We need more government. Government, save us, help us. We need a big brother. So during this time, as a result of this right here, Big Brother comes in and says, you know what, you're right. Pattern day trader rule is in effect. There was once upon a time when you're trading, where people were trading and having fun and doing things with their money. You could open an account for $500 at Charles Schwab, and you could day trade in and out of a stock 1,000 times in a day, and it didn't matter. It did not matter. I repeat, it did not matter. Okay, you didn't have any margin requirements and all that other stuff. It was your money. You want to go in there and gamble with it, go for it. I'm serious. That's how it was. There were back in the early 80s, we had what is called arcades. And in an arcade, you could go there and play all types of video games and pinball machine games, and that's where you went. That's where you had your Pac-Man and your Q*berts and a whole bunch of other things. Well, during this time here, during this age, we had other type of arcades. We had trading houses, trading rooms, where companies, you come in, you open an account, and you can trade. You set at a terminal and trade, and day trade stocks all day long, in and out. All right, people would cash in their inheritance, and they did all kind of crazy things, and they would go and they would trade and say, "Oh, look how I got rich day trading the market." It was absolutely ridiculous. Yes, just like you have Starbucks today, coffee houses, you had trading houses, if you will. They were just like Starbucks. There was one on every corner, multiples in every city. It was hilarious. All right, and that's what these places were. You can go in, open an account, sit down, trade all day. All right, that's what it was. And during this time, you had the rise of the prop firms too. Everybody was a trader. Everybody was a genius until now, until here. This is where the genius stopped. All right, and something else began. So here we are. We're in early 2000. Now here we are in September. Look at this. Look at this dollar strengthening. But I thought the U.S. economy was imploding. I thought the stock market was. I thought the Nasdaq was imploding. The tech sector was going belly up. What's happening? How is it that the dollar now is hitting 120? Unbelievable. The euro's not even trading at 120 right now. This is unbelievable. Actually, the euro's at 112 as we do this video. Look at this incredible king dollar. This is amazing. Unbelievable. This was going, and here we are. We're about to close out 2000 and now enter into 2001. And look at this. Look at this. Strong, muscular, six-pack ab dollar. Look at this. King dollar. Incredible. 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 Power. Okay? Look at this. And it extended well in the hundreds. Here we are now in March of 2001. Here we are. Still king dollar in full effect. Here we are here at 121. All right. And this is July of 2001. Incredible. Look at this long-lasting bull market. Look right here. Bull market is just, it's still here. It's alive and in full effect. All right. We're still up in the teens, the one teens, and here we are now. All right, let's go back. Okay, here we are. We come off of 121. This is July of 2001. All right, here's August. Okay. All right, now let's stop right here. Here we are. The week. Here's 9/11. Here's that 9/11ish right here. Here's the 9/11ish. All right. Notice how the dollar, when they reopened the market, didn't do anything. It didn't do a darn thing. It did nothing. How is that possible? Doesn't make any sense. This is the week of 9/11. Here's the dollar the week prior, okay, in the one teens. Here's that week of 9/11. We're still above 110. All right, we're in one preteens, and then we rally and take off again. Interesting what happened here. Very interesting. It's almost like they didn't care. Why is that? Why is that? And then we go back to where we were. Interesting. And then it goes back up again. And now here we are in the 120s again. And now here we are in 2002. Okay? 9/11 is forgotten. It's a thing of the past now. Interesting what's happening and what's transpiring. Now, here's the point I want to get to. And I'll pick it up in the next video because this one has gone over. The time just flies. The next video, I'm going to get right to the point. I want to show you the replacement of the dollar. Thank you for tuning in to the third installment of this special documentary, if you will, about there is no financial crisis. There is no financial collapse. I want to pick up where I left off at, but I want to take a moment. First of all, for you, those of you new to this channel and just tuning in, you probably wondering who is this cat with doing this compilation of videos. Well, I worked on Wall Street, and I also traded on Wall Street. I was the head trader, and I also ran the trading room. I also ran the trade desk for retail accounts. I worked at more than one Wall Street firm. I worked at two. Both will remain nameless. It doesn't matter what the name of the firms were. The important thing about working on Wall Street is what do you do on the street. Not everybody who works on Wall Street is a trader. Some people are salespeople. Some people are analysts. Some people work in the back office and push paper around. Some people are accountants. Some people actually are responsible for creating financial instruments. So there's all different types of roles and responsibilities. I'm a dinosaur. My group of people no longer exist on Wall Street. This was back during the heyday. Now it's all about machines, computers, algorithms, and etc. The old school stockbrokers have now become financial planners and fundraisers for people who do what I do, which is trade the markets. So when you see people making videos on YouTube talking about, oh, I worked on Wall Street, and thinking that they know something, if they didn't trade on Wall Street, then they don't know what they're talking about. Not when it comes to the matters that we are discussing. We're talking about trading. We're talking about the mechanism of the markets and how that mechanism was structured and how it's been replaced. We're talking about these things. So this is above their pay grade. That's why you don't hear videos like this, and you don't see videos like this, is because most people don't want to come forward who did what I did, who do what I do. It's not many of us, first of all. Second of all, most of them, they're not crazy enough like me to come on camera and make a video. I have tried to interview some of my colleagues, and they have refused to even be interviewed. And they say what we did and what we discussed, they want to leave it there in the past, and that's it. I am still in touch with some of my old colleagues and peoples, and working on Wall Street, you meet many types of people and you see how things work, what makes the world go round. And I was privy to a lot of neat things. I've met a lot of neat people in my day, and that's pretty much it. I just wanted to give you that quick background. That's why I can talk about what I talk about, how I talk about what I talk about. All right, in this chart here, getting back to business, this is the chart of the US dollar. We're picking up where we left off at. In this chart, I'm going to demonstrate that the dollar has already been replaced, and that the 2008 financial crisis was the beginning of the dollar replacement system. The robo-signings of mortgages is part of the new electronic system. The new regulations stating that your deposit money is the bank's money is because technically it is the government's money, because the paper system has been replaced by the electronic system. Electronic credit system is the new dollar. That is what we're going to be going over in this video. So first things first, the dollar has been replaced. We're going to cover that. But first, let's start with the 2008 financial crisis, which is the beginning of the replacement system. Okay, this chart starts from August of 2007 and ends on this side at March the 28th of 2008. So we're going to start here first. As you can see, the dollar steady decline into 2007, well into 2008. Downtrend. Remember from past video, bear market, little red grizzly bear in the bottom right hand corner of the chart. All right, we're in a bear market. The dollar is steadily declining, AKIE, we are in a weak dollar policy at this point. Okay, weakening dollar makes exports go a little bit more smoother. Okay, but here we are. It's 2007. Now, during this time, keep in mind, um, interest rates were not at zero. All right, they were not zero. They were low per se, but they weren't at zero like they are now. Okay, this is '07. Okay, real estate market was on fire. All right, let me give you some background here. Mortgages were being given out like candy. New banks were popping up overnight. New lenders, relaxed financial regulations. Um, Anyone could get into the game. It didn't matter if you were a convicted felon. You could get a real estate license and sell real estate. You could be a loan officer and do mortgages. It was just the wild, wild west of finance. Now, during this time, I too was in the game. I had my own mortgage company. I specialized in hard money loans and commercial loans. I got the deals done that no one else could get done. I dealt everything from double wide trailers to log cabins. I did marinas. I did gas stations. I did banks. You name it, I did it all. Anything that had to do with raw land or developing raw land, anything that had to do with real estate, that was me. I was the stop that people would go to because everyone else told them no. I even did loans for celebrities. Okay? I cannot name those names in this video. I will be sued, so I will shut up. But suffice to say, I did names that you all know, household names, I did deals for. I am here to tell you that some of the celebrities that you think are balling and wealthy and rich have the worst credit. It is a known fact that the wealthier a person is, the worse their credit is. Credit is for poor people. I repeat, credit is for poor people. Rich people don't need credit because they have money. All right? So you need to understand that. We will discuss that further in a later video because we're going to get to why the new system was created in the first place. So I don't want to get ahead of myself. So getting back to business here. This 2008 and 2007 situation. Okay. Contrary to popular belief and opinion, the 2008 crisis is not the 2008 crisis. It just so happens that things started to break down and be revealed to be a problem in 2008. But technically speaking, this is really not the 2008 crisis. Technically speaking, this is the 9/11 crisis. This stems from 9/11. Remember, I showed you the new paradigm versus the old paradigm. We ended one system and started a new one. That's what we did. The industrial age went away. Behold, the new information age. Okay? So that was the collapsing of one and bringing up another one. We did a global reset. We reset everything. We busted all the debt and started a new situation. And that's what you're seeing here. Now, in this 2007 situation, we had over 300 different lenders and banks in the United States that was helping to fuel the housing bubble scenario. Where did these banks and stuff come from? That's the question that people are not asking. When you look at your history books and listen to documentaries and stuff, on PBS and other places, what's the one thing they talk about? They talk about greed. They talk about, giving houses to people who didn't deserve them and couldn't afford them and things like that. No, that was not what fueled this. The question you need to ask yourself is, why would people of common sense give houses and money to people that couldn't afford it in the first place. You never saw that happen before. Prior to this here, you did not see this. Yeah, there have been booms and busts within business cycles and sectors, of course. Real estate's no stranger to booms and busts, but we never seen this. All right? This is a result of the new system. Remember, the old system had no credit scores. It had no credit nothing. Okay? It wasn't contingent on that. This new system is all about FICO scores and Equifax and Experian, your tri-merge credit report. All that is a product of this right here. All that stuff was established to help fuel and create this. All of that credit stuff came into play to help fuel this. This would not have been possible without Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and your FICO and your Equifax and Experian and TransUnion. All right? All those counterparts help to create this. Next thing, why would people take economic risk to create a mortgage lending bank? Take extreme risk if there wasn't a ridiculous payoff reward waiting for them. Remember, this never happened before. I repeat, this never happened before. There was no such thing as a Nina loan, no income, no asset loan. Didn't exist. There was no doc loan. Okay? They did not exist. It was unheard of. 100% financing. Never heard of. Even FHA, you had to put 3% down. This was 100% loans. Oh, but it didn't stop there. No, no, no. Some of you may be still too young to remember this, but do you know, and most people probably don't know this, but did you know, here, lean into the speaker so I can whisper this one to you. I don't want to say it too loud, all right? There were 150% no doc loans. Ooh, did he just say that? Yes, he did. I'm here to tell you, at the height of all this right here in '07, you could get 110% loans, 120% loans, and in some cases 150% loans. I kid you not. The reason why I know is because I was involved in it. I had a mortgage company. I told you that. That's how I know. So, how does that work? Explain. Okay. Well, as you know, in some loans, you can roll in your closing costs. Okay? You can have all that paid for and rolled into the loans. Not a problem, right? Kid stuff. But these specialized loans allowed you to get a check after you bought your house. Yes! Instead of me cutting a check to purchase a house, someone's cutting me a check to buy the house and then cutting me a check after that, almost like, thank you for buying the house, here's a little something for your troubles. Yes, 110% loans and 150% loans in rare cases. I'm telling you, it was on paper, 120 and 110 and 115% loans. I'm not kidding. Purchase loans. They were available. You could also get them in refis. Yeah, it was the wild, wild west. All right. Of course, there were also rehab loans. If I found some hole in the wall, a dilapidated building, I could go in and get a loan to, fix it and flip it. Okay, so flipping was powerful back here. All this was happening while this weak dollar policy became into effect. Question: what do you think changed or caused this right here to happen? Well, they had to keep the rates in check. All right, and the only way to do that was to weaken this right here. All right, We'll get into a bond chart later on, but I want you to see this right here. All right? Now, here's the part that's going to blow your mind. While this was happening, something weird happened in '07 that didn't happen in '08. You ready for this? The collapse happened in '07. It did not happen in '08. I repeat, the housing collapse happened in '07, not '08. For TV purposes and for your purposes, the collapse happened in '08 because you saw the stock market melt down. But that is not the official start of the housing crisis. It was here in '07. I will never forget the fateful day I got that phone call telling me that the hedge funds on Wall Street were no longer buying and creating our mortgage-backed securities. And so basically the gig was up. We had no way to close our extensive pipelines. So basically whatever deals you had in the closing process right then for that week had to be hurried up and closed right away because that was it. The gig was up. We had two things fueling this housing economy, okay? The thing that was fueling the housing economy was the mortgage-backed security creations on Wall Street by the big old hedge funds sucking them up, and Freddie and Fannie. I'm here to tell you that the mortgage crisis, the 2007-2008 crisis, the government was implicit. It was an inside job. Just as 9/11 was an inside job, this 2007-2008 was an inside job. Yes, I'll repeat it again. The financial crisis was an inside job. All right? It would not have been possible, let's go back, without what? Freddie and Fannie, okay? Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. That's what helped to create. You had these quasi-government entities created to balance and control this here. They had to do something to prop up the economy. When the stock market isn't kicking, they boost up real estate and vice versa. They got to keep it going. This was a special situation, though, in human history because it had never been done before. This was kind of like the trading houses of the 1990s 2.0, because instead of the prop trading firms propping up all over the place, you had the mortgage companies and you had builders building all over the place. Question for you: where did the builders get the money from to build like this? And second of all, who would even take such enormous financial risk to take on such huge building projects if there was no promise of a rainbow at the end? So my question to you is, who promised the rainbow? Who had those? Who do you know has those kind of pockets? The federal government, the Fed, the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve Bank, the Fed, the Feds, by way of using Freddie and Fannie as their proxy to guarantee and back all the U.S. mortgages in the country. Every U.S. mortgage was guaranteed and backed by the federal government. I kid you not. That's what this right here is and was. This right here was preparing the way for the last roll-up, for what was about to come. The robo-signing was part of it. That technology is part of the conglomerate of computer systems used to make all of this right here happen. And then when it stopped, when enough was enough, when the defaults and stuff started coming, they could no longer sustain the system, then you had this. Look at this. This is 2008. During the financial crisis, look at the strengthening of this dollar. We went from weak dollar policy to strong dollar policy overnight. Look at that. All right, interesting, isn't it? That is your second reset happening as the dollar died up in here. Look at that. Look at the lows we hit. Take a look at where we ended off at with this dollar. We touched the 70 handle. 70, guys. The equivalent of 70 cents. Look at that. That is astronomical. And it stayed there from March of '08 all the way down here until we start lift off here of July of '08. We were in trouble. All right, this is before even the announcement. Now, something else was happening during this time, this '08 situation, and we're about to get into that in the next video. Thank you for our tuning into the Volcker Report fourth installment, fourth edition here of our ongoing documentary, where we are discussing that there is no financial collapse because the financial collapse has already happened. Picking up where we left off in the prior video, we're talking about the 2008 financial crisis, the mortgage situation, and I wanted to point out just a few notes here. The first one being that during the time of that 2006 2007 time period, and really going back before that, I'll say from 2003 up until like 2007. I had developed an algorithm that would time the bond market so that we knew for our clients when to lock in rates, interest rates. During these time periods as well, I had worked with many other organizations and banks and stuff, and I remember passing this this information around to one of the banks where I was working at, and I thought it was pretty. It was how do I say this? It was downright hilarious. How people in the beginning didn't trust it, and then when I said, okay, you need to lock in your rates, and every day I forget the actual time period. I think it was between like 2 and 2:30. It was something about the actual time. I don't remember. It was so long ago, but I don't remember all the features. But I know that I could tell what time of the day to lock in, and there was a certain time, something about the afternoon, and I don't remember all the ins and outs and stuff about it. But at the time, it worked. It worked like clockwork. We knew when to let a rate float and when to lock it in, and it was awesome. And it actually helped us in pricing deals and stuff and closing deals, and other people used it and found it helpful as well. So that was one of my claim to fame as far as systems developed in the markets to do things. That was one of my most favorite ones. One of my earlier systems, though, was the soybean system, and that system was crazy. It pretty much never lost. It made you a cent and a quarter to a cent and a half a day, and that was pretty much without fail. And it was awesome, and I liked it. It was one of my earlier projects. And then there was that project actually spilled over into discovering a new mechanism, and this one was specifically in raiding cotton. I systematically and single-handedly used to raid the cotton market. How did I do that? There was a specific algorithm that I developed that would predict the next day's highs and lows exactly. And so what I would do is I would place my orders, my tickets would be in always before the market opens, and I would routinely, on multiple occasions, with eyewitnesses, back when I was on that trading floor, the firm I was at, and I would buy the low of the day and sell the high of the day, and sometimes sell the high of the day and buy the low of the day. So if it was a shorting trade, I would be I would be filled at the very high and then get out at the low and take profit. I did this 3 times. I did it 3 times. After the third time, I was no longer able to do it because they caught wind of me and what I was doing, and they started egging me big time. They dissed me. They would hold my tickets and not fill my tickets like they were supposed to. They would wait, and they would do funny things with my order so that I would not no longer be able to do that. So I did a little bit of digging and research and found out what was what. And they said, well, our firm, the firm I was at, it was like, we have an account number, so they know when that account number comes over and they see, the tickets for the cotton futures, they know it's you. They know where it's coming from. So that's how you're getting egged. Another thing too that would happen routinely is that my the meat market, live cattle, feeder cattle, they were notorious back then for going home with tickets in their pockets, literally tickets in their pockets, tickets dangling out of their pockets, not you know closing out orders, letting it ride for a day or two. Sometimes, days will go by and you get a reprice on things you were already filled in. They reprice you. Sometimes it would even be in your favor. It was hilarious, just the way business was able to be conducted. And during this time too, the crude oil market was the most gangster in the world. You're going to see that coming up here shortly. I digressed for a moment. I sidestepped from it because I want to. This is laying the foundation for what we're going to be talking about next. We're going to be talking about the systems, the systems, the old paradigm and the new paradigm, the systems that are in place. Basically, my my point going forward is that machines have now replaced humans and have taken over everything, including the stock market. And it started here, 9/11. This is the chart 9/11. This is the S&P 500 9/11 chart. All right. When they closed the market on 9/11 and reopened it, what they did was they relocated the software. All right. They relocated it from the physical Wall Street to like New Jersey and other places around to keep the markets going. All right. And it was all done electronically. Okay. So this was like the perfect scenario to roll out the new electronic mechanism anyway. 9/11 gave it that perfect excuse to do so. So all the orders and stuff were all the trading was being done through New Jersey and other parts. It wasn't being done on Wall Street. Now, during this time too, during this 9/11 period, you need to understand what was starting to take place anyway. Right at the end of 2000, at the end of 2000, leading up to around I want to say 2004, about 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. What happened was the new electronic system that they put in place started to phase out physical bodies. That's when you start seeing the layoffs and stuff come on Wall Street. They started laying off Wall Street. They started rolling up industries during this time. No industry went untouched. As a result of, I think it was, I'm going back here now, I'm going back to the 80s now. I think it was that Pan Am flight. I forget which one it was. The Lockerbie, Scotland one of those. This is way back in the day. Right after that is where you had airline reform. Okay, that was the airlines 9/11 before 9/11. All right, that it caused that industry to be rolled up and totally redone and put under government control. Every time there is a major event, it gives the excuse to roll everything up under government scrutiny. There have been industries that had no government oversight, and regulation, Now it has government oversight and regulation, or another word for saying government control of that industry. The government has taken control of pretty much every industry known to man right now. The government is in control of it. They put into place back here during 9/11. This is where a lot of things happen and that you see now got its birth from 9/11, i.e., the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act replaced the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution got suspended. We haven't been operating under the U.S. Constitution since 9/11. We've been under the Patriot Act. Okay? The Department of Homeland Security also did not exist. It came after this. All right? Multiple government agencies got rolled up into the Department of Homeland Security. Even prior to that, when you started having the government shutdown scenarios in the late 1990s, a lot of department agencies that were existed back then, they got rid of also. And in the process of doing that, they instead of just like firing and laying off people, they offered, tens of thousands of people opportunities to take these incredible buyouts and to retire early. So that they retired a lot of people, and then other people were able to get positions going somewhere else. So it was a smooth transition for a lot of people. So the late 90s, early 2000s was, I want to say that the period, the decade of the roll up, where you started having small companies got eaten up by larger entities, and you started having industries starting to die out and go away, and new ones come in. And some took their place, and then others had nothing to take their place. So the airline industry got reformed, and now Wall Street was going to see its reformation also. So the stockbroker, as you know it, is a dead dinosaur, doesn't exist anymore. You got financial planners and other things like that, but no one's trading anymore. A lot of banks and Wall Street firms closed down their trading desks. A lot of things were happening during this period that you need to know. This is also the time where they started introducing the single stock futures. That's right, futures contracts on individual stocks. It never really gained ground and really took off, though. But yes, they did introduce futures contracts on individual stocks. It was also during this time right here that they tossed around an idea to create a futures contract for finding Osama bin Laden. I kid you not, it was real. They were talking about doing it. Then the Pentagon, Department of Defense got involved and said, you know what, on second thought, that's not a good idea. Let's not do that. Were they thinking about doing that? Because they know that traders are the most intelligent people on the planet. I don't mean because they have high IQs. I mean because they have access to information that the general public doesn't have access to. And they knew that if they put it out there and made a contract out of it, that people would find out a way and an edge in that market by finding Osama bin Laden, telling them where he's at. That's why it never took off. If you were really trying to find him and they really couldn't find him, that would have been a great way to go to find him, right? But they canceled it. Want to know why? Because they weren't interested in finding him. Everything you've been seeing and told has been for the public's benefit, and it's been a lie. We have not operated under the Constitution since 9/11. Hence, you've been seeing more lawlessness since then. You've been seeing all types of things, police violence and brutality against American citizens. I mean, the list goes on. This is not the purpose of the video. I'm just pointing out some things to you. In addition to that, you're seeing now the rise of technology in electronics. Okay, the market has been replaced with electronics. Trading floors are pretty much ghost towns. They're empty. Back in the heyday, you could have 1,000 people or more on a trading floor. You're lucky now if you got 20. Everyone now has gone off floor. Machines have taken over. Not long after this 9/11 period too, this is more so like in 2002, 2003, the New York Stock Exchange, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, they started looking for experienced programmers, and they wanted them to work on some classified stuff. because they were putting together the infrastructure for the new system. Now back here during these days too, we had curbs and circuit breakers in the market also to prevent the markets from getting out of whack. So that, this would slow things down a little bit. And I'm here to tell you that we haven't been using circuit breakers since back in here. As a matter of fact, the last documented time we used a circuit breaker was just prior to the 2008 crash. It was 2007, I believe it was. Let's move on. Next chart you're going to be looking at here. Let's see here. This is the. Hold on. Go back for a minute. I'm gonna fast forward because there's something I want you to see real quick while I'm thinking about it. Okay. This here is a chart of the crude oil futures market depth. I want to prove to you that computers have taken over the market. Okay? Human beings are still in there, but the reason why you see microscopic volume like this is because, and drum roll please, there's no human beings in there playing it. Okay, one thing that I want to note here is the way that you can tell that the computer algorithms have taken over and human beings are involved. It's really simple. Here you see it's 37 on this side and 37 on the other side. Here you see even 24 on this side, 24 on that side. That's computer algorithms. That is the machines taking advantage and controlling the environment because there's no one else there. Okay? That's the only way that you'll be able to tell just by looking at it. But what I'm declaring to you today is the thing that keeps the markets going up and down is the machines. They've turned the financial markets into a living, breathing organism, an electronic organism. It's all machines and computer generated and driven. That's why you see huge crashes, rallies, whatever, on invisible volume, thin to no volume at all, and you can have huge moves, elongated candles, parabolic moves in the markets up and down. I don't have the chart. I wish I did. I couldn't find it. But there was one day, one holiday, when the Dow moved 1,200 points up on the day with no volume. It was a holiday. That is impossible and not supposed to be able to happen. All right, so then the next question you'll have is, okay, well then how are they doing it? Well, it's very simple. If you notice, correlations in markets were commonplace and non-correlations, meaning that if the Dow was going to be up today, then you would be long the Dow and Dow stocks, and you would be selling bonds, and the opposite. Then the opposite will hold true. If the Dow was down a couple hundred points, then bonds would be through the roof. Excuse me. Those correlations over the years have broken down because the machines have taken over. It's algorithms. There was a time too where they would use curbs in the market and circuit breakers. They don't use those anymore because they don't have any need for them. You don't need circuit breakers when the computer is controlling the order flows in the market and preventing crashes and things like that from happening. You can have pullbacks or significant moves, but you're not going to have the quote-unquote crash because it's being controlled by computers. That's why when you see the situation like the May 6th, 2010 flash crash, the market was brought back immediately. It was immediately brought back up. How are they able to do that? Think about it like this. The dollar has become the Borg. The dollar has become hive mind. All right? You can't even get 20 senators in a room to agree on anything. Look at our Congress. Look at things. Look at Capitol Hill. They can't agree on anything, okay? Except for things that they're supposed to and need to agree on. Behind closed doors, of course. Same thing with the market. If for whatever reason people believe the Dow should be down for the day, the plunge protection team in the past will come in and prop the market up. You don't need to have a plunge protection team anymore because you have computers now. All the computers is a centralized nervous system that runs all of this. And the key to the controls of this is at the Federal Reserve. That's why no one's allowed to go into the Federal Reserve. No cameras are allowed in the Federal Reserve. It's a no man's land. So you're not allowed to go in there because they don't want you to see that everything is a big giant computer. Back in the mid to late 90s, a computer system over in Europe was created called the Beast. This thing was like a mile long, all right, and it can hold all the data for every human being plus some on the planet. This was back in the mid to late 90s. So this system is now in full place. That's why you have market manipulation like you see it. And it's really not manipulation. It's the computers, the algorithms resetting themselves and holding the markets together. All right. And so when we come back in our next video series, we're going to look further into this and see the computers at work and see how they balance themselves out and see how they've spilled over into not just Wall Street but the banking system and other systems. And you're about to see that in the next video. As time permits, I'm trying to get all the information I can together to really lay this out for you, but I'll just preface it to say this. You're going to see also how the cash only still exists on a limited basis just for the public's benefit. They knew they could not reveal all this stuff to the masses at one time without creating a panic. But it's already here. We already have the one world currency. We already have all of that. The one world currency is not rubles, it's not francs, it's not the dollar, it's not gold, and it's not silver. It's an electronic database. It's an electronic mechanism. Everything is electronic. That's why they charge you a premium for converting electronic digits into paper currency. When you go to a bank and say, I would like to cash this check, there is a fee associated with doing so, especially if you don't have an account there at that bank. ATMs charge you a fee automatically for converting digital currencies on the screen into paper asset, into paper vouchers, if you will. That's all a dollar is. It's a receipt. It's a little voucher. It's a little coupon. So it costs money now to convert digits into paper currency. All right, and we're going to continue this in the next video. Thanks for tracking with me, and thank you for your patience, and we're going to keep it moving. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Vulcan Report documentary series, There Is No Collapse. In our previous video, we ended by showing and speaking about low volume events in the market and how to depict and tell when machines are taking over versus human beings. Let me just point out first and foremost that we've been in a low volume environment for some time now, ever since human beings for the most part have walked away from the markets back in 2008, 2009, and now everything's pretty much electronic overall. The reason why you can see this situation go down the way it's going down is because when computer algorithms take over a market, you tend to see a scenario where you have these large balls, these spikes and crashes, but you see it normally on low volume. If you see a bar like that with very low volume, that's the machines taking over. That's the ebb and flow, supply and demand, built-in electronic curve in the market to keep the market sustained at a certain level, price level. They can also move markets. So like here, we rally and then we came down, it was sold. Okay, that's human beings in there. You can see the volumes are increasing there. However, when you see it in low volume environments, so in a low In a low volume environment, if you see a large move up or down in low to no volume, those are the machines. All right, that's a pretty easy way to determine what's going on. So in the previous videos, the charts I showed you with and I kept saying, look at the volume, look at the volume. Well, that was it. That was an example showing you where the machines were in the market doing what they needed to do. And I say machines because really not machine per se. It's algorithms. It's all electronic where the markets are being maintained by program. All right, so vision the matrix. All right, the matrix is already put together and it's self-sustaining. It takes care of itself. Every now and then you have someone to come in and do something, push the button per se to drive the market up or down, but that's about it. Everything is electronically connected now. And that's the point I was driving at. There's an electronic connection interface in all global markets. All right, all asset classes. I don't care if it's forex. I don't care if it's commodity futures. I don't care if it's stock equities. Doesn't matter. Options, you name it. Everything is controlled by algorithms and computers. Okay. God forbid something were to happen. You could blow up New York. The market will still go on. You could take out London. The market will still go on. It doesn't matter. Name your financial hub. The market will still go on with no problem because it's computer algorithms and they have contingency systems all over the place. Okay, so the market is not going anywhere from that perspective. Okay, all right. So what about booms, busts, and crashes and stuff like that? Okay, the reason why you see things happening in Argentina, Brazil, things like that, is because this system has already been put in place. So it's really easy when you see how it's going to interconnect with other aspects of your life, such as in the previous video I talked about how everything has been turned over to electronic. Like medical records now are electronic. All right, you still have some paper files, but for the most part everything's being turned over to electronic. You have everything you can think of being turned over to electronic, from physical paper to electronic. This process started back in the late 80s when the government rolled out a lot of money to take everything and put it into a big mainframe database. Those jobs were called data entry. And a lot of times we were entering data and did not know what data we were entering or what it was for. We were just entering data. That was one of my first jobs out of high school, was data entry. And I worked for a company that contract with the federal government. Okay, and we were doing things such as data entry, entering sensitive data into the computer. Didn't know what you were entering, didn't really know what it was about. It was just all types of data. So we were building the internet without even realizing it. We were building the databases that contain the internet. So all that, the internet was technically built in the late 80s. All right, through all the data entry that was going on. All right, that was one of the number one jobs, data entry. Okay, so moving along. Someone had asked, what do I think about the Shemitah and things of that nature? That's on a whole different subject. All right, because that's going into biblical references and looking at God's divine dealings with a nation. That's a whole nother topic, a whole nother subject. So I'm not really speaking on that. I'm sharing what's happening from a natural perspective with man building a electronic infrastructure, an electronic grid, if you will, that's going to eventually not just control the markets, but it's going to control every aspect of your life. Well, you won't be able to do anything without being associated with this electronic grid, control grid type of a system. And they test this system from time to time, like what they did with the May 6, 2010 flash crash. They crashed the market and brought it right back up again. These are tests just to see how how the infrastructure is holding up, and from time to time they have to do that, and then of course they explain it away, bogus news and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is, it's all electronic, it's all zeros and ones, and it can also be used as a weapon to punish other countries and nations when they don't fall in line and do what the IMF and World Bank and powers that be want them to do. So if you get out of line with the foreign central bank, they just turn off your digits, if you will. They push the button, and now you don't have access. You're locked out of the account. And when that happens, it's like freezing someone's assets or something. You can't move your digits around to pay your vendors and things, and so then everything comes into a standstill. The economy comes to a standstill. There's no reason why there should be no food on the shelves of the grocery store in Brazil and Argentina, and Venezuela, if if they have multiple supply chains from various sources. They're not beefing with them, so why can't they get food on the shelf? It's because the powers that be, the ones that control the whole grid, have turned off their stuff, and so they can't transfer and deal with their other smaller partners that they get stuff from. So it's like the partners want to send stuff to them, but then they can't because they can't pay their people. So in that regard, the electronic digits are non-transferable, and we'll get more into that later on. What does that mean when you say the electronic digits are not transferable and they can be controlled by a central mainframe such as the Federal Reserve? Well, we're going to get into that. Don't have time right now, but I wanted to answer some of these questions that have been coming up since the video. So again, low volume, big moves, machines and the computers. People can get in there too and add to it, but for the most part, when you see there's no volume and it's really light and you have a significant move, that is the market taking care of itself. Okay, so I just want to put that out there, and I will do the next installment, Lord willing, tomorrow. And with that said, everyone be encouraged, and thanks for watching and supporting the videos and liking and subscribing and all that good stuff. Everyone be encouraged, and have a great day. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Volcker Report special documentary entitled There Is No Collapse. This is our 5th installment in the series. For those of you that are just tuning in, you probably want to definitely start from the beginning of the playlist, starting with the intro and working your way through it. There's a lot of information that I go over in this series, and today we're going to focus on the Shemitah hoax exposed, cryptocurrency and Deutsche Bank market rigging. I want to start this off talking about fear porn. Okay, now this is not taken away from anyone who has done their due diligence and done a lot of research, and they're putting out good intel, not regurgitated information, but new information that people can not only profit from, but also benefit from as well. Now, being that I'm dealing with the Shemitah specifically, is because, first of all, if you're not familiar with Rabbi Khan, whatever his name is, he did a book and talking about the Harbinger. It's a very good book. He really broke down some of the spiritual aspects of 9/11. It was right on point. It was awesome. So this is not to take away anything from him. He's an excellent researcher, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. So I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about people who have used his information, especially focusing on the Shemitah, and have built concepts around it as for fear porn, to push products and push their books and their wares and things like that. First of all, let me just say this. If you knew something that was impending and devastation, like this picture you're looking at, think about if you were this guy. Here's this astronaut. What's your first thoughts? You're on the moon, you're doing scientific research, and while you're on the moon, you look back at Earth and you see this happen. You see this asteroid come right through the planet and just total destruction. What are your first thoughts? You see this total destruction there, but you couldn't warn the people. You saw it coming, but what could you do? It happened so fast. What could you do? You could do nothing. So in this situation, first of all, this guy is innocent. He's doomed. He won't be able to get back home. There's no home to get to. So he's going to die here on this rock. That's number one. But number two, let's just say, for sake of argument, he saw this, and let's say all of the technology they have here on Earth could not pick this thing up coming, right? But only he did. Let's say he saw it, and for whatever reason they can't see it. And let's say that for whatever reason when he saw it, let's say it was, some distance out. Regardless of what that distance was or that time was, let's just say that had he warned them of this impending doom, there was something they could have done to prevent it. Let's say, for sake of argument, on Earth they have special instruments that when they see something like this coming, they could shoot something at it and break it up or disintegrate it. Let's just say that technology existed, just for sake of argument. Let's just say that this was preventable. All right? And this guy is the only one that sees it because of his vantage point on the moon. Let's say he did see this, and let's say he could have warned them. But let's say he didn't warn them. Well, guess what? This event would be on his head, right? All this billions of people, their blood is on his hands because he could have warned them and he didn't. But now let's switch gears a minute. Let's say, for argument's sake, that he did warn them. And he said, you know what? Here's the evidence I have to suggest that this is coming and this is what's going to happen. And all the while, no, they can't pick this up. For whatever reason, Earth's instruments can't pick this up. But they do have the technology to stop it if he could give them the information and whatever. Let's just say, for sake of argument, that's still the facts. That's still the case. But then he says, he comes out and he does a series of speaking from where he's at. And let's say they have the technology where you can hear him clearly, just as you can clearly hear me. And he does basically a presentation on this coming pending doom. And all they have to do is listen to him. And he has these 10 steps that they can take to survive this. And he says, you can have my book, get my latest book on this subject for $19.95. But for sake of this example, let's say he says you can buy my book for $19 billion. Okay, $19.95, $19 billion dollars and 95 cents. You can get my book, get my latest, so you can protect yourself and your family. Well, that's what fear porn is. Okay, fear porn is having information and then using it to get rich, or taking information that's regurgitated that may not necessarily be true, but it's enough to fear someone into action. And that's what this picture does. It would fear someone into action. That's what fear porn is, and that's what you need to understand and get away from. Now, facts are one thing, but when you come with this kind of garbage, it really messes with folk. Okay, now the people who've been using the whole Shemitah thing, every time they're wrong, what do? They push the date back and say, well, we miscalculated, it's a year out. So let's give a little bit of history on this. Back in 1992, there was a recession, and there were fears that that we were in dire financial straits, and that they didn't think we were going to make it to see 1994. All right, 1994 was supposed to be the end of the financial world as we knew it. 1994 has come and gone. Okay, now you got people even hedging their bets and going out to 2017 because that's a year out, and they give themselves a whole nother year now to sell their wares. Okay, and that's what they're doing. They said that last year was supposed to be a big thing. Didn't happen. Then it said, I don't know if you guys have noticed it or not, but May the 28th Okay, was supposed to be the end of the world too, which is tomorrow. And some people even say that last night, that when you woke up this morning, the dollar was supposed to be dead. That's what they said. The dollar hit a new high for the week. So what happened? Oh, they're going to push it out and say, oh, it's next week. Or they always go further out, and it gives them more time to sell more books and tapes and things of that nature. Okay, so that's what's going on with the whole fear thing. Okay, now you need to get away from that. All right, so let's move on to what's happening. All right, the next thing that they want to scare you with right now is war. Okay, all right, and basically they're saying that war is peace. They're scaring you with dropping bombs and nukes falling out of the sky. All right, that's the next thing they're scaring you with. I'm here to tell you, no, that's also not going to happen. The reason why it's not going to happen is because of this. All right, hedge funds are in trouble. All right, this is a electronic cryptocurrency type of environment we're dealing with. It has now come to light that Deutsche Bank has not only been rigging the gold and silver markets, but also equity markets around the world, and thus hedge funds and other wealth funds are struggling. They're struggling because of the new cryptocurrency aspect of the markets. The whole cryptocurrency thing was rolled out to prepare everyone, especially the retail community, to get used to the idea of the whole crypto electronic world that has been rolled out. They've been working on this for several years. The stock market it was the first place that it started. So now, as you can see here, Mr. Tony James, Blackstone Group president, is quoted as saying, it's kind of a day of reckoning that we face here. There will be shrinkage in the industry and it will be painful. Hedge funds are just getting crushed. And they're saying here that they may lose 25% of their assets. And I'm here to tell you it's a lot more than that. Many funds have been closing their doors and giving their clients all their money back. Why are they doing this? These are some of the smartest guys in the world, right? The best traders in the world, right? It's because they know what has happened. They realize that some of these funds, has even been noted, that they're down as much as 98% of losses because they can no longer compete the way they used to. They used to be able to trade in certain aspects, in certain ways, and take advantage of certain laws and rules and regulations that have all changed. We have new rules and regulations, and we also have a new system in place. And they can't use the old ways of old styles of investing in the new system. That's where the problem is. Because technically speaking, they really weren't traders. They were investors. But the new environment is hostile to investors. The new environment is hostile to savers. Okay. And so, what is the prospects here? Well, first of all, they're trying to take paper money out of the system. They want everything to go to the new electronic control grid. Even Europe is removing paper currency from circulation when they recently announced removing the 500 euro note. Okay. So in essence, Bitcoin is just another example of a computerized system of market order and routing with built-in regulation. All right, and that's why they roll Bitcoin out to the public so you could get used to it. You think, oh, since the dollar's dying, this will get us, we can use this, and the government can't regulate it. No, the government created it, thus the government regulates it. It's all part of this system. All right, and you're going to see that. Now I want to pause. I should have did this in the beginning, but I want to pause and I want to dedicate this to the late great Charlie McGrath of Wide Awake News and Wide Awake Radio. He was a dear friend and a brilliant man, and we all owe him a great debt because he is one of the first pioneers to come with the truth and do so in a striking and a hardcore fashion. He did not mince words or bite his tongue. He gave you the real, and he gave people like myself a platform to also speak truth. So Charlie, this entire presentation I dedicate to you, Charlie McGrath. So We miss you very much, and just want to take time out to let everybody know that this series is definitely in his honor. In our previous vid, we showed you how to tell when the computers are in the market pushing it around versus people. We're not going to go back into that, but I just want to remind you of that because these next slides we're going to get into. All right, so here we have it. Deutsche Bank will be hiring for these doomed jobs. The most talented people in the market work here. What are they talking about? Well, let's get into it and see. The bottom line is this. Deutsche Bank is firing everybody and replacing everybody with robots or algorithms. All right, algorithms are going to be controlling everything, computer programs. You don't need people anymore, not even for back office functions. Computers are going to be doing everything, okay? That's the warning sign right there. Now, notice how this is being rolled out right after we heard about the fraud. You don't really see them really going in on the fraud stuff. They're going in on the computer stuff. All right, that was just a smoke screen to let you know what they're doing. They don't care about the fraud stuff that coming out. They care about you knowing about this, the rise of the machines. All right, we have been given incremental exposure to the new electronic system of global digitization, and that's what this is about. All right, part of today's system of fractional reserve banking and fiat de facto instrument of debt currencies are run by the central banks. All are regulated through the International Monetary Fund, an institution created by the United Nations to principally enslave nations to debt and to control them through debt. All right, you need to understand that. That's what this is about. This new control system is very difficult for people who don't understand it to operate in it. So they've been rolling it out incrementally in stages. You know, the Bitcoin was just another stage in the evolution of this. Taking money out of the system, charging you now to hold a bank account, charging you if you want to translate the digital credits into paper cash at an ATM machine. All right. SunTrust Bank is going to start charging people now. If you don't have an account there and someone writes you a check from that account, they're going to charge you $7 now if the check is for if the check is over $50. Anything under $50 you won't get charged, but anything over that they're going to charge you $7 now to convert that paper check into paper money. There is a fee now to do that because they're taking money out of the system. For several years now, banks have been removing cash out of their branches. As you know, bank robberies were something that were rampant, and so one of the ideas they had was to basically take the cash out of the bank, and it all made sense because they were already working on rolling out the electronic control grid anyway. So once they got it underway, they said we don't even really need to hold cash anymore. We don't have to worry about bank robberies. So now they hold very little cash in a bank. Some banks have less than $12,000 in it. I'm not kidding. So you need to. That's why you see the armored cars all the time. They're coming and picking up the cash and sending it to the Federal Reserve. That's what they do on a daily basis. All right, we're already in a pseudo cashless society already. Okay, and how is this possible, and why is this possible? It's possible because they want to control every aspect of what's going on. That's why the U.S. mimics Rome, because Rome never went away. It still exists. They've set up central banks in every location, in every major continent, and that central bank controls the action on that continent, so that it's one big circle, one big system controlling everything. And they want to enslave the countries to that central bank. And once that electronic part of the system branches out to that section of the continent, then nothing can move or shake in that continent without going through that central bank. So that central bank controls and regulates everything through debt. That's what we do. So the United States goes over there. They say, okay, We'll trade you this for your oil or whatever precious minerals or whatever resources you have, and then that's what we do. So basically, in a nutshell, what are we? Well, first of all, we are not a democracy like people have been led to believe. We are a constitutional republic, all right, with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So then you ask, what is our foreign policy? Our foreign policy is democracy. Democracy means mob rule. We have a mob of bullets and guns and bombs, therefore we make the rules. It's just that simple. So we have a powerful media whose job is propaganda. The media is not, their job is not to report news. It's to design and make up and create news to further push the agenda of the central banking system, the electronic control grid. It's all propaganda, and it starts in the public schools from grade 1. That's why the educational system in America is the worst in the world, because it's no longer an educational system, it's a propaganda system. All right, meant to enslave you mentally first, get you committed to our country, thinking that our government is godly and that our military is godly and that all of our causes are godly and we do no wrong. Meanwhile, we're over there bombing babies and women and children and bombing hospitals, saying we're giving them freedom and democracy because they're in a dictatorship. Well, first of all, if no one called you and asked you to come over there and do something, why are you doing it? It's because they're rolling out the control grid. They're forcing it on the people. All right? And how do they do that here? How do they convince us here? It's through bread and circus. Remember, Rome is alive and well. As Rome expanded, it was by and large a very good place to live for its day, just like America, right? The Roman Republic had developed a system of representative democracy very similar to our own. The laws were precise and fixed. Judgments, they were not arbitrary nor capricious, and the Roman citizens had extreme privileges and rights in this system, like we do today. One of them was bread and circuses. Poor Romans of the common class who could not feed themselves were guaranteed free bread by the state. All right, just like we have here. All right, and then they were given, whack entertainments from theater and plays to music to gladiatorial combat and other forms of sports. We have that here too, right? We have mixed martial arts and boxing and football and all these other things to keep you in that mindset of not understanding what's going on in the big picture. All right, it was a costly system, but it was a system that served Rome's senatorial and political class citizens very well, because it keeps everyone else docile. Power and position meant opportunity for more wealth in the Roman Republic, much like it does in our republic. Citizens' votes were highly sought after, and many patrons were all too happy to buy them, just like we have here. All right, the merger of corporations and government is fascism, and that's what we have here. Rome citizens enjoyed the highest standard of living in the world, America. Fresh running water, free baths to stay clean and sanitary, medicine and sciences and technologies unrivaled anywhere else, USA. Yet it came at a price. It came at a price. And we're going to do part 2, and we're going to pick up and find out what that price was. So stay tuned for part 2. Thank you for tuning in to part 2 of chapter 5 in our video series, There Is No Collapse. Picking up where we left off, but pivoting as we're picking up from where we left off, I want to bring something else to everyone's attention. Understand that the power elite that run this world and subsequently runs the markets also is in charge of bending and shaping ideas around the markets as well. Remember, at the end of the day, it's about profit. And so they have to paint a picture of urgency. It's one of those techniques in marketing. where you have to create a sense of urgency. All right, that's selling 101. Uh, a little bit of background for those of you who are just tuning in. Maybe you missed the first four parts. I highly encourage you to go back and and listen to the other parts, the first four parts, along with part five, part one of part five, so you can get an overall idea what's going on. But a little background about myself. I worked on Wall Street. I designed trading systems for wealthy clients, designed specifically for to cater to their needs, whatever it was they were trying to do, whether they needed to hedge themselves in soybeans or if they needed to do something in crude oil, whatever the case may have been, Apple stock, you name it. That's what I did. I've worked, excuse me, I've done a couple of things. I also worked in law enforcement, and I also worked in insurance and the healthcare side of things. So I've done quite a few things. I've done a lot in my life. You'd be surprised. That's why I can speak so authoritatively on various subjects, because I lived it. Also, I like to fashion myself as a sort of a journalist slash historian, if you will. Of course, amateur, because everything I do, is self-taught and stuff. I'm not saying professional, but I've made it my life's work to interview all sorts of people that I've ever come in contact with. Um, and I've known a lot of people, worked with a lot of different people from all walks of life, including celebrities and including powerful business people and high up in government, you name it. And working in law enforcement, you meet a lot of people and learn a lot of things too. Some of which I can actually share with you, but I'll leave that for another set of videos. And that's how Homeland Security is pretty much swallowing up all the local law enforcements under the umbrella of Homeland Security. But we'll leave that for another set of videos. I want you to look at this picture right here. This picture, for those of you who don't have children, or maybe you are never played video games, this is Mario, okay? And this is little Yoshi. Isn't he cute? He's adorable. And that's one of your little flying, what is it, Zumbas or turtles, whatever. Turtles happen to be my favorite pets, by the way. I love turtles. But as you look, it says betrayal. You traitorous swine. Mario basically used Yoshi to hop, and then he betrays him by jumping off of him, basically bouncing off of him, and letting Yoshi fall to his death, basically. All right. Mario knew what he was going to do before he did it, and he used little Yoshi to get him to the next level where he was trying to get to. And the point that I'm trying to make with this picture, which is one of my favorite, is that I want you gold bugs out there, gold and silver bugs, to really listen up to what I'm about to say to you, because I want to put this out here so that you can hear something that you're probably not hearing. Now, before I move forward, I'm going to tell you I love precious metals. I love gold and silver. I own gold and silver. Okay? So I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say something crazy. All right? I actually do own it. I like the silver stuff. In my opinion, it is still a store of value, has been for like 5,000 years. Gold and silver is money and not paper. We know this. I just want to put that out there, because as I go forward, you may want to choke and strangle me when you hear the things I'm going to say. That's why I want to put it out there that I love gold and silver. All right. I love trading gold and silver. I've had clients that's all they did was exclusively trade metals. That's the only thing they wanted to trade. And I like gold and silver. All right. I own some physical gold and silver coins and whatnot. I do own physicals. I have it in my possession, not in a storage locker or in a safe or somewhere offshore. It's in my possession, because as you know, how does it say? Possession is nine-tenths of the law, something like that. Bottom line is, if you don't have it in your hand, then you don't own it. Okay, so I know all that. Just want to clear the air with that going forward. I love gold and silver. I trade gold and silver for myself and for my clients as well, and I also buy and accumulate. So I do own the physicals, and I have no problem with that. I also trade the paper markets because they're easily tradable because they're rigged and manipulated, so you can pretty much get an idea of how to trade it because it's there. We'll get into that too. All right, so I laid the groundwork. Now I can move forward and hit you with the hard stuff. Okay, here we go. I believe that based on what I have seen, what I've heard, and what I know, is that the majority of the public is being deceived and manipulated into accumulating gold and silver under false pretenses. Now, let me break it down further. As you know, in this series, we've been talking about, in our last segment, fear porn. They're using fear and end of the world apocalyptic scenarios to get you to buy more of their wares. You go to their seminars, you're stacking, which is nothing wrong with stacking. Stacking is good in good and bad times. It doesn't matter. But the point I want you to really hear me out on is what they're doing and how they're manipulating your conscience and your emotions through apocalyptic forecast. Ooh, the dollar is gonna die tomorrow. It's gonna die in a month. It's gonna die in a year. Oops, no, I meant next year, the year after that. No, the year after that. Just stringing you along, having you to, and everyone is selling gold and silver of some sort now, or selling some book or tape or series of lectures, you name it. The gold and silver industry is huge. And I'm not talking about just the market, the tradable paper markets like the GLD and the SLV ETFs. I'm talking about, from futures to the forex where you can trade spot. It used to be able to trade spot here in the States. Now you can only do it overseas if you're an overseas person. But it's a huge industry in and of itself. You have people that I respect, okay, like Peter Schiff and Gerald Salente and all these other people on YouTube and everywhere. They spout it. That's all they do. They pump it and they want you to buy it. And that's how it is. Anyone who makes money off of it obviously has a vested interest in you buying it. I'm just saying. Now, again, let me preface it by saying that there's nothing wrong with stacking, all right? But you need to understand how you're being manipulated. Like, for instance, I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you that it has become just as shameless as CNBC was back in the late 90s and early 2000s. How they would say to you such and such, you liked, XYZ stock at 100, you're going to love it at 20. Instead of telling you to get out when the thing lost 10% of its value, they tell you to hold on and keep buying. Dollar cost averaging is what they like to call it. And really, it's foolishness because what's happening is they're selling to you because they're getting out and you're buying on the way down. That's what the rich do. That's what the elite do. All right. Okay. And it should be noted that as far as the gimmicks that are used to get you into to feed into the hype, I think is terrible, especially in the trading aspect of things. I've noticed that when the markets were falling, and obviously in a bear market, they told you that you should be buying in the paper markets, and that was just terrible advice instead of letting you know that it was apparently accelerating in a long, protracted down market. And that's the same thing that CNBC and them did back after the NASDAQ bubble bursted in 2000. They were in denial. I remember when Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac was collapsing. I remember warning people back when Fannie Mae was like at $90 a share, and I was telling people they needed, to come to terms that it's bearish, it's in a bear market, and they need to take profit and or position themselves on the short side. And I was laughed at because the housing market was on fire and everybody was making money hand over fist. And instead of taking solid sound advice, they took the talking head advice on television, telling them to stay the course and spouting all these investing principles. And those investing principles betrayed them. And a lot of people lost all their money in the dot-com bubble. And a lot of people lost a lot of money and had to file bankruptcy during the housing market debacle as well. So unfortunately, betrayal is something that Wall Street does very well. They'll suck you into a quote unquote investment, and then after they've pumped it up and sucked all the money out of it they pull the rug out from underneath of you, and then you're left holding the bag. So how can you then, expect to be told anything good coming out of there? So now all of a sudden we make up for all the bad years of bad advice now, and you think they're going to tell you something right? You think the powers that be are going to come and tell you when exactly they plan on pulling the plug from the markets? Of course not. Of course not. It always comes in shock and awe. It comes when you least expect it, but it always comes, always, in a time where the markets are already going that way naturally. It's already along the natural course of things. I've already showed you in the prior video that 9/11 happened as far as the price action. We basically had 18 months worth of price action happen in a week, but it was already the natural course of things. All right, had you been a trader back then, you would have seen that the market was in a downtrend and you would have positioned yourself on the short side. All right, and you would have made a lot of money. But if you would have listened to the talking heads on television, you would have constantly been buying on the way down, and you would have been one of those people who lost all your money and your life savings, like those people that unfortunately someone bought Yahoo when it was $300 a share. Someone did. All right, it traded up to that 300 mark. Someone lost money when it was at 200. A lot of people lost money when it got to 200. If you didn't get out of the market when it went from $23 a share to 300, if you didn't take profit up there in the nosebleed section in the Yahoo stock, then you got your face completely and utterly ripped off. And that's the point that I wanted to make here. So with that said, what is going to be the role of precious metals in this new paradigm that we find ourselves? We're in a new market now. We're in a new economy, a new economic phase. Okay, everything is electronic now. All right, so with the new electronic one world currency money market that we're in, and we have been in for some time, they're just rolling it out now in mass. What is going to be the role of gold and silver? Well, I'm here to tell you that the end game for gold and silver is that it's going to be deemed worthless. I didn't say that it will become worthless. I said it's going to be deemed as worthless, because that is the end game for it. If things get too bad off, they're just going to restrict the buying and selling of it altogether and make it an act of national security and make it illegal to even hold. They've done it before. For those of you who are unaware of this fact, well, understand that it did happen. It happened before, and it's going to happen again. Gold will be rendered worthless in the new system. All right. If all the predictions are correct and America implodes like Russia did, there will be nothing on the shelves to buy, especially food, at any price. Try spending gold at your local store and risk being attacked and robbed, and if martial law is enforced, you won't be able to go anywhere anyway. So you will have to make do with what little you have, if anything, left. All right, so think about growing a garden, you say? Well, then be prepared to stand guard over it day and night, unless you have your own military. or you have enough people on your compound where you guys can sleep in shifts. Furthermore, the control mechanisms will be set in place, and for a limited time, you may be able to gain access to digital credits in exchange for your gold. All right, the powers that be can set up all kinds of control mechanisms through the new control grid, this electronic system. In other words, they can make one do as if they want. They can say, all right, this is what you need to do if you want access to your gold investments. Gold has value because people have chosen to make it valuable for centuries. Same with precious gems, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, etc. They're valuable because people want them. So the final stage of evolution in this new monetary system is going to be a universal embrace of electronic money, which we're seeing already taking place and has been for some time now, technically speaking since 1994 on a more global scale. Indeed, this final stage has already been commenced, as I just stated, and all the international monetary bandits now need to create some kind of world crisis, such as a nuclear attack, trying to, hit the hornet's nest of Iran, trying to goad them into war, and whatever they can do to bring about a would-be total collapse of the U.S. dollar. All right, and then that will make a mass stampede away from paper currencies. Now, if that doesn't work, then they may use a psychological shock of the collapse of the dollar. All right, there's so many different things they could do. All right, but here's what happens though. If something like that were to happen to the U.S., then electronic money will effortlessly replace paper money as the new cashless money system of the world. Eventually, countries around the world will be trapped with debts they could never repay and would thus be at the mercy of the central bank in their area. All right, they have a grand design to financially enslave the masses. All right, and that would permit them to impose their dictatorship over the whole world. That's what they want. The central bank system is that control grid. That's the system that's in place. Remember, in 1933, the U.S. government enacted legislation at the time prohibiting American residents from keeping gold coins, bullion, or gold certificates in their possession. All right, gold coins were demonetized and were no longer permitted as legal tender, and they could not be used as money. If anyone was caught with such gold after a certain date, he could be fined $10,000 or be imprisoned for 6 months. Now, in exchange for the gold coins and bullion, the Federal Reserve Bank, which we know is a private bank, they offered paper currency by way of U.S. dollars with an assigned numerical value of $20 for every 1 ounce of gold. Most Americans rushed to exchange their gold for paper currency at that time. But those who were aware that they were being ripped off, all right, they didn't. All right, some of them even shipped their gold away to Swiss banks. Now, it is significant that the British government also demonetized gold coins in the same year as the U.S. did. All right, and you need to make a note of that. A lot of people, they don't talk about that, but they did so through the simple expedient suspending of redeemability of the sterling paper pound into gold. It's just that easy for them to do. Wave of a hand. Now, I want to bring it to today. All right. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange has recently done the same thing with futures contracts that are non-redeemable to physical. In other words, you can no longer have the option of taking delivery on your futures contracts. They are instead settled in cash. And that is a fact. And it's been that way for several years now. All right? So you can't even do a workaround and go around the system anymore. They've shut the door. You've been blocked off. After all the gold in the USA has been exchanged for paper currency, the U.S. government then proceeded back in January of 1934 to arbitrarily devalue the U.S. paper dollar by 41% and then rescinded the law of prohibition concerning gold that was previously enacted, and the American people rushed back to exchange their paper currency for gold at the new exchange value of $35 per ounce of gold. In the process, they were robbed of 41% of their wealth. Thus, legalized theft that takes place when currency is devalued. That's what always happens. So, in other words, the Great Depression was artificially contrived in order to justify the imposition of an international monetary system that would bring order to a chaotic world of money. 2.0 is on the way. It's not an economic collapse per se, rather it's a power grab and forced financial inoculation of the current monetary system. You need to be made aware of that too. In April 2002, U.S. Congressman then Ron Paul sent the following letter to both the U.S. Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve Bank, which incidentally is a privately owned bank. We've talked about that, asking why the International Monetary Fund prohibits gold-backed currencies for its member states. And I quote, I am writing regarding Article 4, Section 2B of the International Monetary Fund's Article of Agreement. As you may be aware, this language prohibits countries who are members of the IMF from linking their currency to gold. Thus, the IMF is forbidding countries suffering from a erratic monetary policy from adopting the most effective means of stabilizing their currency. This policy could delay a country's recovery from an economic crisis and retard economic growth, thus furthering economic and political instability. I would greatly appreciate an explanation from both the Treasury and the Federal Reserve of the reasons the United States has continued to acquiesce in this misguided policy. Please contact Mr. Normal Singleton, my legislative director, if you require any further information regarding this request. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Ron Paul, U.S. House of Representatives, end quote. So, as a result, individuals and segments and agencies of the government are implementing laws that were established in the books way back in the day, long time ago, while some other laws were placed into the backs of these existing laws. So that's the pork policy, where they stuff other things into bills and legislations. Now, you need to know this. Once the World Bank and the IMF and the central banks establish the world currency, i.e. digital electronic system of credit and debit, they will set the price of gold and or who can access this investment. You will be forced to get updated into the new electronic system or risk losing your precious metals and other assets. You need to understand that going forward. Their control mechanisms, laws, rules, and regulations are already in place right now as I'm recording this video. Establishing central banks into countries seems to act as a vehicle for control over the said countries. And once established, that country gets entangled into the network because it's all electronic anyway. All right. And after the networks of the central banks gets to a point, and everything's running, the worldwide bailout schemes that's been happening, things like that, then I see, soon it's going to start evolving. And this change will be in place to establish more control and them setting up a supreme world bank and a form of global taxation. And then the microchip will be heavily enforced around the same time. And you're already starting to see the push in the commercials for the whole chipping of individuals, okay? That's already being rolled out right now. The global tax is going to be the carbon tax and the carbon credits and all, and whatever acronym or way they can phrase it or put it, it's going to be at the end of the day, it's a global tax. Global taxation now is what they're pushing for. All right, they want to expand and extend the control and the role of the central bank. All right, that's where we're going with this, okay? Already, they're talking about carrying out a fictitious cyber attack and using that as a false flag operation so that the international government bodies will have justification to roll this electronic system out, which they will deem to be safer and hack proof. In addition to that, think about it. How did gold save the millions of people in World War II? How did gold do that? If the government is going to control food, do you think that if somebody had several bars of gold, that you could, trade that? Someone would swap a bucket of rice with you for that? No. The world governments want to control the masses of people, and those that do not obey will be taken away to FEMA camps or simply just ignored and allowed to starve to death on the street. That's the end game. Once the money collapses, they shut down the old system, and that's how they grab power and gain control. And they won't let anyone deal in any of the old currencies. Everything's going to have to be electronic, and you're going to have to be chipped, and that will make you a virtual slave going forward. So gold is valuable now. So why is it valuable now? You're going to want to use it so that you can, protect yourself as much as possible to delay you and your family having to be chipped and or put into this new control grid mechanism. Right now, I'm telling you, the system is betraying you because it's not giving you the whole story and the whole truth. It's not an economic collapse that's coming. It's a power grab. They're literally turning off the old system and switching to the new system. It's sort of like when your computer has to install updates. It shuts itself down to install and then reboots itself with those new updates installed. So that's what's going to happen here. Just like on 9/11, what did we do? We shut down, and then what happened? We reopened a week later, rebooted itself anew, and that's where you got your new system and your new market. And that's why most people cannot prosper in the new market, in the new economy of things, this new digital age, because they don't understand that everything's being controlled by algorithms. We have money's being exchanged and light speed, hundredths of a second even. And the old school market makers on the exchange floors have been replaced with electronic mechanisms, the electronic market makers. That's why you see the markets basically self-sustain and self-correct themselves. You don't even need a PPT anymore. You just need to set rules in place and algorithms in place that the markets will self-correct themselves when moved in a certain direction or in a certain way. And the options for said algorithms are limitless. That's why the markets act almost as an artificial intelligence, even to a point. You can have millions of conditions wrapped into your code that will make the markets act thus and so. You only need a handful of people to set and monitor, and maybe one person could be responsible for maintaining this side of things or that side of this gets out of balance, turn this on. It's at the stage you don't even need people to do that. You just need maybe a team of computer programmers and coders to monitor things and things like that. That's about it. You don't really need anyone to do anything except for maintain said system. That's it. So it's like an IT department. And the exchanges definitely have what? An IT department. Yes, they do. Because they need it. They don't need floor traders and brokers anymore. They just need computer people. Everything now is computerized, roboticized. And that's where we are. Stay tuned for our next installment, where we're going to talk about and demonstrate how all roads lead to Rome. Very interesting, and helping you understand going forward how you're going to be able to navigate the markets and how this will affect every aspect of investing, and how traditional rules of investing have died. They died a horrible death. Buy and hold is dead. Value investing is dead. All of that. Everything you've ever been taught about in investing, everything you've been taught about economics, even in business school, is dead. And I will demonstrate that in the next video. Thanks for tuning in. Be encouraged. Until next time. Thank you for tuning in to another installment of There Is No Collapse. This is our fifth part, or the third part of our fifth part. Finishing up now in the whole cryptocurrency space, giving you an understanding of the foundations that have been laid for the New World Order as far as the global schematic is concerned. For those that are new to this, you're probably wondering what is a cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin, which is basically the grandfather of all these new innovations. Basically, it's a digital currency in which encryption techniques are used to regulate the generation of units of a currency and verify the transfer of funds, operating independently of a central bank. So it's an effort to detach oneself from the banking system. That's the first thing to take note of. Furthermore, when we look at the aspects of what a cryptocurrency actually is, it's actually a medium of exchange, okay, using cryptography to secure the transactions and to control the creation of new units. Cryptocurrencies are a subset of alternative currencies, or specifically of digital currencies. Bitcoin is the most famous one. That became the first decentralized cryptocurrency in 2009. Since then, numerous cryptocurrencies have been created. These are frequently called altcoins, as a blend of Bitcoin alternative. Cryptocurrencies use a decentralized control as opposed to centralized electronic money or centralized banking systems, i.e., the central bank. The decentralized control is related to the use of Bitcoin blockchain, a transaction database, and the role of a distributed ledger. Most cryptocurrencies are designed to gradually decrease production of currency, placing an ultimate cap on the total amount of currency that will ever be in circulation, mimicking precious metals. Now, compared with ordinary currencies held by financial institutions or kept as cash on hand, cryptocurrencies are less susceptible to seizure by law enforcement per se. Get back to that in a moment. Existing cryptocurrencies are all pseudonyms, though additions such as Zero Coin and its distributed laundry feature have been suggested, which would allow for true anonymity. You know, that's something that people are more comfortable with. We live in a digital age where being autonomous and being able to hide behind things is of great value to most people. In the US, bitcoins are labeled as virtual assets. This type of ambiguous classification puts mounting pressure on law enforcement agencies around the world to adapt to the shifting drug trade of dark markets. Side note, notice how the foundation has already been laid here. You've heard that what this feature is. You get an idea now of why the demand existed for this feature. People want to be, they're fighting for their privacy. I'm telling you that the whole creation of Bitcoin is more nefarious purposes, all right, to get you acclimated to the new world order, to the new system of money, to the new system of control mechanisms. See, they have to roll out the problem, action, solution aspect to all of this. There has to be a need created. And then once they roll this out, then they're going to put measures rolled out to quote unquote protect you. Protecting you from whom? From what? From yourself. And what's the issue that's been rolled out? Well, we're thinking about drug dealing. Think about that. Think about what that means. We want to regulate the most powerful market in the world that's ever been created. And what business might that be? What market might that be? Bigger than the stock market. What's bigger than the stock market? Flowers. Flowers are the biggest market of all time. It all starts with a flower, with a plant, with a weed. That's right. Something growing out of the ground is deemed more precious. A vegetable, per se, is what they want to regulate. They want to regulate vegetables. All right. Concerns of an unregulated global economy is what they say, such as the internet. Remember, they're saying, "Oh, it's unregulated. We want to tax it." Okay. Now, as the popularity of and the demand for online currencies increases since its inception back in '09, the concerns of an unregulated person-to-person global economy that the cryptocurrencies offer has now been deemed a threat to society, i.e., a threat to their system of government control. Concerns abound that altcoins may become tools for anonymous web criminals. All right? There's something that is, they see it as a threat to the establishment. Anything that's a threat to the establishment must be eliminated. Cryptocurrency networks display a marked lack of regulation that attracts many users who seek decentralized exchange and use of currency. Again, decentralized exchange is what we're talking about. All right, detaching oneself from the central bank is considered all right. If they can't regulate and tax it, it's illegal. I don't care what it is that you're doing. That's the end of the day. That is the situation that is occurring. All right. Now, you need to know this part of it too. All right. There's another aspect here of this. The aspect of this is that they want to get everyone acclimated to it so they can then come in and say, okay, now that you're used to this and you have built up monies and things associated with it, and now more and more businesses are accepting it, then that's when they come in, they pull the rug from underneath you and say, ha, here's the new use of the technology, and now what are you going to do about it? All right, you need to understand what this is going to be able to do. In the beginning, you think, oh man, this is great. This is, something that's more libertarian, blah, blah, blah. But it's not. It's actually being rolled out by the establishment. Sort of like the Matrix movie. Just when you thought you woke up out of the Matrix, no, you're still in the Matrix. The Matrix itself made provisions for the idea that people would want to rebel from the system of control. So it built another alt system or universe within itself to make people think that they have actually escaped the older system, the other system. So that's what's going on here, getting you used to this new thing, because this new thing is much larger and much bigger than what you think it is. Why do you think that markets can go on ad infinitum as far as their pimperation goes and manipulation? Bond markets, currency markets, stock markets, you name it. All the markets can be manipulated and have been manipulated and are being manipulated, and they can go on forever. How do you think it is that they can, quote unquote, print money indefinitely, bailout after bailout? How is that even possible? It's not even that much money in circulation. How can you have a debt that's more than your gross national product? How can you have a debt that is more than the money that's in circulation? How can the exchanges trade more contracts as far as paper contracts go on gold and silver than there is in the ground? Right now, if I have enough money, I can go and I can put an order in right now to buy me, I'm just being funny here, but let's say 1 billion contracts of gold. Well, there's not that much gold on the planet, but theoretically you could trade it. You see where this is going? It's the fractional reserve currency being applied to the markets. All right, and it's ridiculous, but that's where we are now. Now that you know what we are, let's move on to how we got here, why we got here, and where this road actually is going to lead us to. And where this leads us to is the following: all roads lead to Rome. And here's the why this is happening. They realized a long time ago that control is going to be of most importance. They have to be able to protect their profits. Only way to be able to protect your profits is if you can control the people. All right? That's where we are. They need to control the people. So let's move into where that leads and how best to do it. J.F. Kennedy, the late JFK, once was quoted in saying that, "For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence." What better way to expand one's sphere of influence than debt? If you owe me, then you have now become enslaved to me. So they realized that once they got into power, talking about the Federal Reserve, i.e., the central banking schematic, they realized what better way to keep their power than to actually move forward with a mechanism of control. The world runs on two things: war and slavery. Both are fantastic for business. There's no two bigger money makers on the planet than slavery and war. So how do they propose to go about doing this and capturing as many people as possible? And I'm telling you, it is through debt. Debt, debt, and more debt. That is how they tend to do it. An aspect of creating the stronghold of debt is also through the incremental rollout of new technology. When you take a man's job away, you take away his ability to not only create wealth for himself, but also to provide for himself. Thus, he is now going to have to whore himself out, i.e., slave himself, put himself in slavery. Let's look at what has transpired through technology. And we have never even realized that they were using technology as also a way to enslave us and also to get us used to the new debt stronghold. First of all, look around you at this picture here. You see basically an iPhone in the middle, okay, smartphone in the middle. This one device has replaced the cassette tape, the Polaroid camera, the little transistor radio, the paper calendar, handheld calculator, letter writing, here's a letter, the old-fashioned alarm clock, and the rotary dial telephone. And this is also inclusive of any kind of telephone, old plug-in-the-wall phone. Some of you don't even remember some of this technology or never seen or held some of this stuff. But this one guy here does the work of all of these guys. He's a camera. You can listen to radio on him. He has a calendar in him, a calculator in him. Mail is in him. You can send email. He has alarms in him. You can talk to him as a phone, and you can also listen to music on him. Come on, he can do it all. So this guy has stolen your job. They made you fall in love with this guy while he was yet taking your job. under the guise of I'm making your life easier and simpler. Don't you like me? Don't you love me? You're going to think, where have you been all my life, and what was life like without you? How did I ever get along without you, sir? Not realizing that he was really not your friend. He was basically snuffing these guys one by one, sniping them in the dark. And now that he has taken all these guys out and only he alone is left, the next target is you. Now he's coming for you. And not only is he going to come for you, but he's also going to control you. Now you can't operate without him. You can't live without him. All right? You cannot operate your life without this device, without this guy here. What does this device represent? The technology, the control grid that has been built right underneath our noses to control us. As you can see, HSBC is cutting senior banking jobs. How is it that they can do that? How can you cut the head? It says senior banking job. That means someone who's been with the company for a while. Someone who's higher up, like a supervisor, manager, director, vice president, you name it, whatever the title. Fill in the blank. Fill in the spaces. Because your new boss is not the same as the old boss. Your new boss is that little guy, that little iPhone, that little Android device. That computer is taking over these jobs. You don't need human beings anymore because the computer doesn't get sick. Although he can catch a virus. Okay? He's not easily swayed by his peers. However, he can be programmed and controlled and hacked into. So he's not perfect either. He's just better than you, as far as in the eyes of big business, in the eyes of the ruling class. They can do without you now. They no longer need you. Here's what the new technology can do. The FBI blocks info leak of biometric database faces and fingerprints. They have an enormous database of your face, my face, fingerprints, DNA, because everything's been combined into one big database. They've been doing it secretly for decades. Remember I told you a few videos back that this all started in the late 80s with the data entry jobs. We didn't know what we were doing. We were just entering data into a computer database, did not know anything about anything. Little did we know that the nefarious thing behind the fact was that we were putting everything about everything on the computer, building a database of knowledge. And then they realized that the knowledge doesn't have to be limited. This knowledge can store everything about everybody. Someone got the big idea a long time ago that we can actually be God and be God-like and be at all places at all times, be omnipresent. All you need is to have enough cameras, enough eyes in the sky to be able to see and to hear everything, and then that way you could control everything that's happening on the ground. See, here it is here, the big eye in the sky, looking down. You can see everything from this vantage point. Hence the drones that can fly thousands of feet and record, enormous amounts of things. And that's all they do. They can map everything to the world. A couple years ago, they mapped and built a database with instructions how to get to everybody's house. So pretty much every address in the USA has been mapped so they can get to you anytime they need to get to you. How further are they going to control us? I think George Orwell said it best. Truth, it's the new hate speech. During times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. Truth is the new hate speech. If you speak out contrary to any, and I mean any, thing that has to do with the government's agenda, you will be singled out as a criminal with hate speech and hate crimes. You can't speak out against anyone who is politically affiliated and powerful. If you do, you can be thrown into prison. All right, hate speech. You can't say anything about anybody at any time without being sued to death and thrown into prison. Later on, it's going to have even more terrible consequences because you can cut off a person's chip. Everything's going to be chipped. Your new cards are chipped. You eventually will be chipped. That's where this is going. That's the end game. That's how they will have 100% complete control, and people are going to beg for it because of the way it's going to be presented. It's going to be presented that we can make your life easier, make your life better. We can pretty much bring crime to zero, because everything, every device, your car, your home, everything, every device will be recording in real time speech and sight. So can you imagine? Man, no more murders and crimes, because as soon as it happens, you know who did it and where. It's amazing what this technology will be able to do, and the markets have already been programmed with this type of information. So basically, the market now is self-correcting, so that in periods of low to no volatility, as far as volume, things like that, open interest, the market itself is feeding on itself. It is the market maker. All the market makers are electronic now. Okay, so this is where we are. This is where we are, and this is where we're heading down this road. And all roads lead to Rome. And we're going to break this down, how the debt aspect is going to be used to roll all this out. And that's what's going on right now. That's why you've been hearing about, that's why you've been really hearing about debt and interest rates. Interest rates is linked to debt. And we're going to break down what that means in our sixth installment, All Roads Lead to Rome. Thank you for tuning in to our sixth edition. There is no collapse. Hi, I'm the Vulcan, and this edition is called All Roads Lead to Rome. For those of you who may have missed the other installments, you're wondering, who am I? I'm the Vulcan. I'm the one who does the daily Vulcan reports. You can also find the Vulcan report on my website. All links to pertinent information are found below the description of this video. I highly encourage you to subscribe to the website, because I put out a lot of content, and I do not have time to make videos on everything that I post there. Sometimes you'll find live trades posted there, commentary, analysis, you name it. Our latest video that we did, Vulcan Report, was on Bitcoin. And I need to know how many people are interested in me incorporating the Bitcoin into the daily market forecast videos. If it's that many people that that like it and benefit from it, then I'll keep it. If not, then I'll just discard it and keep it moving. Alright, so now, those of you who are wondering what I look like, here you go. This is me, the Vulcan. Alright, let's move on. All roads lead to Rome. All roads. Rome is the New World Order, and it's also the Old World. It has never gone away. It is still alive and well. One only has to look at the collapse of the Roman Empire as a world power and look at what really happened. Rome hasn't gone anywhere. The Vatican's still there, and it's still in power, and always has been. The power behind the power. There you have it, in a nutshell. All roads lead to Rome. As this relates to what our topic of discussion has been, dealing with the markets and the financial instruments used to enslave the masses, is through debt. And this debt is going to be used and rolled into this new crypto type currency, this digital electronic currency, this one world digital currency. incorporated under the umbrella of the one world religion, and everything's going to be just one, one, and one. Part of today's system of fractional reserve banking and fiat de facto instrument of debt currencies run by the central banks are all regulated through the International Monetary Fund. And that's an institution created by the United Nations at its birth to principally enslave nations to debt and to control them through debt. As Rome expanded, it was by and large a very good place to live for its day. The Roman Republic had developed a system of representative democracy very similar to our own. The laws were precise and fixed, judgments were not arbitrary nor capricious, and Roman citizens had extreme privileges and rights within that system. One of them was the bread and circuses. Poor Romans could find themselves, quite poor, like today's poor people, and they were the common class. And they oftentimes couldn't feed themselves. They were guaranteed free bread by the state. All right, sort of like bread lines back during the Depression, or food stamps today. All right, and they gave them entertainments, theater, plays, music, etc., gladiatorial events, you name it. That's what they used to lure the people to sleep. Today we have television, internet, and things of that nature. Taxation is slavery. Rome would learn to adapt in very incredible ways, just like America has. Yet another great challenge confronted Rome. To serve in the Roman armies, you had to be a free citizen and not be of the plebeian class, but one who owned land. The Romans believed if you did not own a piece of Rome, you had nothing to die for. In other words, if you didn't, owning a house is the American dream. Where have you heard that before? To further their perspective of the true Roman warrior, you likewise had to also be single, with no wife and no children. Hence, our armed forces today do not care about families. They will give you orders and ship you halfway around the world, and who cares what happens to your children or spouse or what have you. They don't care. All right. Now, the thing that you need to note here is time went on. Okay. Things began to take shape. All right. Now, when free Romans died in war, okay, with no heirs to leave their lands to, a few things happened. The first was that the patrician class and the Senate often bought the lands on the cheap. Foreclosure, ring a bell? Consolidating more and more Rome's productive farmland into fewer and fewer hands, i.e. the 1%. Much like today, the corporations consolidate more and more of lucrative businesses and commerce into fewer and fewer hands. I mentioned the roll-up in the earlier vids. The second thing was that they were more often than not to use slaves to work the lands, and jobs became more and more scarce. Much like the corporations today use automated robots and assembly lines or cheap foreign workers, i.e. sweatshops. Okay? The third was that fewer and fewer free Romans owned land and had no wives and children to join the army. So divide and conquer, right? Winning the world through arithmetic. Alright? Like Caesar, who was an ambitious man, also of little social standing at birth, but with powerful benefactors, he would follow a similar path to accumulate initial wealth and increase social standing, enter the military and politics, and distinguish himself at both. As fortune would have it, Caesar, once elected consul, would have the privilege of leading his army to Gaul, which is modern-day France, to lay siege to its rich lands and plunder it. Wealth he would use wisely at ingratiating himself to the citizens of Rome. At one point, Caesar made it to the Rhine River in Germania and daringly bridged it to march his entire army across. He marched for several days on the other side with no opposition from the fierce German tribes. Yet he discovered something that will be reinforced when a short time later he would visit Britannia. The world seemed to stretch on forever, and even a person as ambitious as he would be hard pressed to conquer it all in one lifetime. He discovered another thing, that he could vastly multiply his own forces by setting competing tribes and kings against one another, arming them with information and intelligence and weapons and gold, and exploiting their rivalries. Would save him men and time, and in essence so weaken the victor in the process, they were then much easier pickings to conquer them later. Caesar realized that the world could be conquered through simple math, dividing people by exploiting their differences, priming them to fight one another over their differences, and then profiting off of that fight, and then seizing victory later over the weakened victors. Rome would learn to use nationalistic, ethnic, and even religious differences to prompt people into destroying and killing each other for it. Have we not seen that in modern day? Everything from Black Friday to Hurricane Katrina to people getting shot over iPhones and starter jackets back in the late 80s, early 90s. Caesar realized that deploying skilled agent provocateurs, such as we had during the G8 summits and stuff back in 09, 010, to exploit these differences, prime them, and capitalize on them would give Rome great advantage. So these agents, of course, would have to work with a certain degree of secrecy. After all, they would be rejected if they out and out told people that they were exploiting their plans. So these would lead to the birth of intelligence agents and spies and secret societies. Okay? So when you look at the Stoics, when you look at Stoicism in general, what does it mean? It's the endurance of pain or hardship without a display of feelings and without complaint. All right? That's how that's the purpose for which they brainwash their citizenry. We use the media to accomplish that today. Romans who highly prize Stoicism as an ideal would develop a curiosity in the Christian cult, not to be confused with the followers of Yahshua. All right, this cult was a reinvention. All right, and it promoted all the things that the empire would eventually need in its citizens to carry out Caesar's plan of total world domination. All right, when we say Caesar, bring it to modern day. We just mean the power elite, the 1%. All right, the shadow government. The Romans were slowly being prepared to be weaned off of bread and circuses. The legend of a new god was being created for them and slowly brought to life. A legend that would change the Roman world and with luck ensure its conquest of it. A legend that would continue to grow through political maneuvering and events. The wealth of the empire was being slowly consolidated into fewer and fewer hands, the free citizens slowly being killed off in the wars, the slave population growing even larger. Bring it to modern day. Continued wars going on for decades that the U.S. is engaged in. And we open our borders to immigration coming in here. See? A repetition, all right? A slave population that, as planned, would grow to include almost everyone on the planet through the new system. And what better way to govern them than with a slave's religion? So they used a new slave's religion that shunned earthly goods and sought a meek and subservient manner to the authority of God. Over the next 100 years, the classic Roman Empire would reach its zenith, spanning well into Eastern Europe, dominating the entire Mediterranean, the Middle East, and into Persia, to the island of Britannia, Egypt, and much of Africa. The wealth of all these lands flowed back to Rome and into a smaller and smaller number of patrician families who continued to consolidate and hoard it. A vast network of roads connected it all so that wealth could easily flow back to Rome. All roads lead back to Rome. Anyone who resisted the new system was left in a progressively weaker and weaker state. Sound familiar? Argentina, Brazil, Zimbabwe, the Weimar Republic, and on and on and on and on it goes. All right, you get out of favor, you do something they don't want you to do, or fail to do something they want you to do, and they cut you off. Okay, the Federal Reserve Act, World War I, and the Balfour Agreement. Let's dig in. Passed into law by a carefully selected number of sessions of Congress, handpicked by President Woodrow Wilson, just 2 days before Christmas in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act once more placed total control of the nation's banker and banking under London and the fake Hebrew Khazar House of Dan and the papal Rothschild family. Thus, the Federal Reserve Act was born. The wealth of the nation was once more concentrated into one foreign-controlled financial institution that could be turned on and off and used as leverage and incentive or punishment at any time by Rome. As dominant European empires like the Ottoman Turks and the Tsarist Russians and the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, they were pitted against France and English. The bloody trench war, perfected in the final days of the American Civil War, would wreak carnage upon Europe as never seen before. Now, when we talk about usury or interest or debt, we have to look at how we were warned about such things many, many millennia before. Most notably would be the Bible. What does the Bible say about lending money? Whether you believe in the Bible or whatever you believe about the Bible, nevertheless, there are some very important truths mentioned therein. God's word says that many people wander from the faith and pierce themselves with many griefs when they allow money to have an improper hold on their hearts. That's why the Bible contains hundreds of verses on how God wants us to treat money, and this includes the lending of it. Moses addressed this issue in the Old Testament. Essentially, the Israelites were not permitted to charge interest when they loaned money to an impoverished brother. They could, however, charge interest on loans made to other more affluent Jews and to foreigners. This rule was part of the Mosaic law. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not be like a moneylender. Charge him no interest. Exodus 22:25. You can also see Psalms 15:5. This prohibition against charging interest actually included food or anything else that may earn interest. Deuteronomy 23:19. The purpose of the law was twofold. An interest-bearing loan would only exacerbate the plight of the poor, and God promised a blessing on the gracious lender that would far surpass any interest he would make. Additionally, at the end of every 7 years, creditors were to cancel all the debts they were owed by fellow Israelites. Deuteronomy 15:1. In the New Testament, Jesus tells us not to turn away from the one who wants to borrow from you. Matthew 5:42. He applied this principle even to our enemies in their time of need. Quote, But love your enemies and lend to them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great, end quote. Luke chapter 6, verse 35. Indeed, there are numerous passages throughout the Bible exhorting us to have a generous and giving heart, especially to the less fortunate. Moses taught his people, if there is a poor man among your brothers in any of these towns of the land that the Lord your God is giving you, do not be hard-hearted or tight-fisted toward your poor brother. Rather be open-handed and freely lend him whatever he needs. Deuteronomy 15:7 and 8. The clear teaching of the Bible is that God expects his children to act righteously when lending money. And it helps us to remember that our ability to produce wealth comes from God. Deuteronomy 8:18. And it is God who sends both poverty and wealth. He humbles and exalts. 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 7. Now there's nothing wrong with legitimately loaning money and expecting to be repaid at a fair rate of interest. Proverbs 28:8, Matthew 27, and Psalm 37:21. Yet we need to remember that the Bible's teaching on money matters also includes borrowing money and indebtedness. Although the Bible does not expressly forbid borrowing money, it doesn't encourage it either. It is not God's best for his people, as debt essentially makes one a slave to the lender. Proverbs 22 verse 7. God would rather have us look to him for our needs than rely on lenders. Additionally, as the psalmist makes clear, we are to repay our debts. Psalm 37:21. When we loan money to someone, we increase that person's debt load and make it easier for him to stumble. Someone once said, before borrowing money from a friend, decide which you need most. There is no doubt that friendships have been strained or even lost due to the lending of money. Yet, if both parties stay within biblical parameters, there shouldn't be a problem. Nonetheless, to forego jeopardizing a relationship you value, in some situations a gift may be better than a loan. God expects his children to give to those in need, so we give of our time, talents, and treasure. As Jesus taught us, give and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Luke chapter 6, verse 38. Now let's look at just a couple more passages here because I want to bring this emphasis home, and you're going to need to refer to this later. Romans 13:8. Owe nothing to anyone except to love one another, for he who loves his neighbor has fulfilled the law. Proverbs 22:7. The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower becomes the lender's slave. Proverbs 13:11. Wealth obtained by fraud dwindles, but one who gathers by labor increases it. And finally, Proverbs 22 verses 26 and 27. Do not be among those who give pledges, among those who become guarantors for debt. If you have nothing with which to pay, why should he take your bed from under you? Stay tuned for the next installment. We will call that Part 6, Chapter 2. Alright, thank you for tuning in to our second edition of Part 6 of our continued series, There Is No Collapse, because the collapse already happened. Alright, picking up where we left off, we were finishing up on looking at usury and how the global banking system uses usury to enslave not only citizens and nations and peoples. And we've been looking at scriptures, what the Bible says about usury. So I want to finish that up, and then we're going to get into our next section and get into some really heavy stuff here, what's going on. It seems like as soon as I started doing this series that there's been so much news that's been coming out lately. It's almost hard and impossible to keep up, because as I put out new information is coming out, confirming everything I've already told you thus far. And if you haven't already done so, I strongly urge you to take the time out to listen to the Wide Awake News radio playlist in the bottom of the description of this video, because a lot of the things that are happening now, the news that's coming out now, I've already spoken about. Charlie and we already covered it, tackled it, and exposed it. Just about everything you've been hearing about. Also, there's been some new developments things that have come that I've gotten an overwhelming response. People want me to deal with, so I will be dealing with that in our upcoming installments. But for now, let's get into the meat of this one. All right, finishing up, looking at usury. All right, Deuteronomy 15. 1 and 2 says, "At the end of every 7 years you shall grant a remission of debts. This is the manner of remission. Every creditor shall release what he has loaned to his neighbor. He shall not exact it of his neighbor and his brother, because the Lord's remission has been proclaimed." All right, so here we are talking about the releasing of debt, releasing the burden of debt, erasing it, okay? Loan forgiveness, if you will. Hebrews 13:5. "Make sure that your character is free from the love of money, being content with what you have. For he himself has said, I will never desert you, nor will I ever forsake you." Proverbs 22:26. "Do not be among those who give pledges, among those who become grantors for debts." Proverbs 11:15. "He who is guarantor for a stranger will surely suffer for it, but he who hates being a guarantor is secure." Philippians 4:11 and 13. "Not that I speak from want, for I have learned to be content in whatever circumstances I am. I know how to get along with humble means. I also know how to live in prosperity. In any and every circumstance, I have learned the secret of being filled and going hungry, both of having abundance and suffering need. I can do all things through him who strengthens me." And finally, 1 Timothy 6:10. "For the love of money is the root of all sorts of evil, and some by longing for it have wandered away from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs." All right, final conclusion. The whole idea of usury is to program the masses of would-be slaves to embrace the burden of debt. We are taught in Western society that debt is good, that usury is good, and the marketing for banking, in my humble opinion, is the most successful marketing campaign in all of human history. I believe it surpasses De Beers' marketing of diamonds. And all you have to do is just do a cursory view of history to see how this has come about. The whole credit card thing. At the end of the day, everyone now works for the bank. The bank owns the note to your home. The bank owns the note to your car. All right? The two biggest, quote unquote, purchases you will make, the bank has conditioned the minds of the masses to see it not as debt, but as an investment. Okay? They tell you it's an investment. They've now changed the meanings of words and now tell you that debt is an investment. It is not an investment. A home is not an investment. A home is not an investment. Again, a home is not an investment. All right? It's a depreciating asset. Period. All right? It's just how it is. All right? And why is a home not an asset? It's a liability, because anything that you have to cut a check for to the bank every month is a liability. Anything that is income producing, putting money in your pocket every month, is an asset. All right? It's a liability, man. A home is only an asset, okay, if the value of it is increasing above and beyond what you owe on it, which is rare, and or it is income generating. So, for example, all right, because I don't take for granted that everyone is able to follow what I'm saying. So let's break down a quick scenario. Okay, I have a home that I bought. All right, not that I live in, but that I bought as an investment property. I rent it out. Let's say I pay $100,000 for this house. Let's say my mortgage is $500 a month. I rent the house out for, let's say, $600 a month. Okay, this is no longer a depreciating asset. It's no longer a liability. It's now an asset because I'm generating income for it more than what I owe on it. Does that make sense? So if I have to pay the bank $500 a month, but the person renting it is paying me $600 a month, I'm walking away with $100 profit at the end of every month. So that's how that works. Okay. Those who invest in apartment buildings generally do a lot better than individuals who have, individual houses and they rent them out. Because, for instance, I can buy, let's say, an apartment building that has, let's say, for sake of argument, 100 units in it. And let's say I pay $1 million for this building. And let's say that my mortgage on this building is $12,000 a month. But I rent out each apartment for $1,000 a month. You see where I'm going with this? All right, now I'm making money hand over fist. It's no longer a liability. It's an asset. It's an investment at that point. Okay. Well, credit card debt, revolving credit debt, installment loan debt is still debt. It's called debt. All right. It's called revolving debt or installment debt. It has the word debt at the end of it. Okay. Not asset, but debt. So they have brainwashed the public to tell them that this debt is good, that being a slave to a lender is good. All right. And they fill you full of hopes and dreams that you'll be able to pay it off and it's not a problem. And then you keep going into debt. You're always indebted. And they've ingrained it in the minds of the average person that this is all you can do and all you can be. You can't go buy a car and pay cash for it. No one has that kind of money. You can't go write a check for a house. No one has that kind of money. That's what they tell you, that no one has that kind of money, and especially not you, and you never will, you never can. So you never strive to do it. All right? Well, first of all, who said you had to even cut a check for a house? Back, looking at our ancestors, they didn't have to pay a bank to build a house. They just went and built a house. All right, we'll get into that later. But the fact of the matter is, our whole economy is based on debt and spending. All right, not investment, but spending. All right, it's foolishness. All right, and this usury is what's bringing down and collapsing the society. All right, it's collapsing the society. All right, because of debt. You strangle and choke people to death with debt. All right, let's move on. We've looked at usury. Now let's take a look at the how and the why and the who. How is this happening? Why is this happening? And who's doing it? All right. The Treaty of Versailles, negotiated at the Palace of Versailles, that had once been the Court of Versailles, where the conclusion of the American Revolution War had been dictated, was now the personal residence of one Lord Rothschild, who would orchestrate the peace agreement that concluded the war to maximize the leverage of the central banks he controlled and the use of debt to control the various nations of Rome's behalf. All right, so he did this on Rome's behalf. Germany would be saddled with all the outstanding debts of England and France, even though it had not started the war and technically wasn't even losing it. All right, Treaty of Versailles. The United States would be placed in an equally awkward position as it had loaned through the Federal Reserve most of England and France's war debt. See how they finance? See how they do the financing here? The Roman patrons like Rockefeller and DuPont had made fortunes through their oil and weapons holdings and patents. But sadly, the American taxpayers, economic slaves they are, would have to pay for it all. Germany was in no position to pay the debt, and America would be in no position to not be paid. The economies of both would soon spiral into recession. Depression and hyperinflation that were conspired to make World War II a thing that would happen in short order and induce the war weary and horrified citizens of these countries to fight yet again. All right, see, war, the never-ending cycle of debt and war. One might wonder why Germany and the United States would agree to such terms. The truth is that the financial aspects were negotiated by the heads of the Federal Reserve and the Reich Bank. At that time, the head of the Federal Reserve was a man named Paul Warburg, and the head of the Reich Bank happened to be Max Warburg. Coincidentally, they happened to be biological brothers and the family long associated with the Rothschild family. Now, Rome tries to keep things in the family. That's what they do. They keep it all in the family. The patrons of Rome were hoping that the horrors of the war could tempt the people of the nations to start laying the foundations for the one world government through the League of Nations, which would start to implement collective security with the promise that aggressor nations would be quickly dealt with by the League of Nations to prevent such wide-scale wars in the future. Sounds like a noble plan, right? Let's look at this League of Nations. They attach this to the Treaty of Versailles, but when a independent U.S. Congress that had to ratify the treaty began to read about all the side deals and manipulations of the Balfour Declaration and the Treaty of Versailles, financial arrangements, back deal, backroom situations, they realized that America had been seriously duped and tricked into the war and left in a terrible position after it financially had rejected it. So Rome is persistent through and through. Its chief American and oligarch Rockefeller family. So they quickly founded the CFR. What's the CFR? It's the Council on Foreign Relations. How does that fit into this picture? All right, we're looking at the different tentacles of this octopus. All right, which builds this whole, which is going to lead us to this electronic network that we got. The Council on Foreign Relations would eventually lead to the creation of the United Nations. All right, after World War II, but they play an independent and active role in the American political landscape still to this day. This main mission is to promote a one world government by working actively to submerge American sovereignty through placing as much of America's wealth in the fewest hands possible and using that power and control of America's wealth to manipulate political events toward entering America into an increasingly stifling set of international treaties that cede portions of its sovereignty and wealth to the world body until there's no wealth and sovereignty left at all. There was one problem though. War doesn't really make money since money is just paper, or in this case, zeros and ones. It eats up resources, though, that do have a real value. So once the founding of Israel was secured through the Balfour Declaration and the conquest of Palestine, it made sense to end the hostilities from a financial aspect. But the nations were already enslaved enough to the fictional and illusionary debt, the zeros and ones, that would tax the citizens and rob them of quality of life and freedom as a result. Yet they had hoped to kill many more people in the hostilities than had actually died. No problem for Rome, though. If they can't get you to profitably and economically kill one another, then they just kill you by other means. All right. Now this fits into the whole depopulation agenda, as of that's part of the why all this stuff is happening. And we get into biological warfare because what? We know biological warfare happened when when we wiped out all the Indians, all right, using smallpox blankets and things like that. So biological chemical warfare goes back for centuries. Well, Let's look at the 1918 flu pandemic. It came out of nowhere, spread quickly, and up to 100 million people worldwide died, reducing the world's population by an additional 1/16th. It disappeared as suddenly as it arrived, once the institutions were overwhelmed with the disposal of the bodies. In comes what? The Great Depression and the rise of fascism. As the stage was being set for the Second World War and the repopulation of Israel, fascism, written as the antithesis to communism, was introduced into Italy and Germany. It needed a little help, of course, Roman help. While Rome, in the new fascist mold of Benito Mussolini, was ready to play a direct role again, both Italy and Germany needed some financial help into getting it off the ground. So the American Roman patrons would once again step up to the plate to get it all going. Alvaro Harriman and Rockefeller, through French Thiessen, using a young Prescott Bush as their bagman, would get it all underway. So remember those names: Rockefeller, Harriman, and Bush, and Fritz Thiessen. They just needed a reliable person in Germany to lead the fascist effort, and, as usual, the Rothschild family was prepared to help. That help would come in the form of an illegitimate grandchild of the Baron Rothschild of the Austrian branch of the family, a fiery speaker and war hero and corporal from World War I, better known as, drumroll please, Adolf Hitler. That's correct. See how the bloodlines go? The Rothschilds and Hitler. Hitler would attack the communist East, keeping it in check and further enslaving it to the money and credit it would need from the Rothschild Bank, while at the same time creating the conditions that would make provincial and backward Palestine a desirable place for the most desirable, affluent, and cosmopolitan Jews of Europe, who so far had shown scant interest in immigrating to it, while doing his best to exterminate the Eastern European Jews, who were relatively backward and poor and were not descendants of the original Hebrew tribes. All right, remember that, okay? We're talking about the Khazars. They are not descendants of the original Hebrew tribes. All right, these are Eastern European, and I wouldn't even like to use the word Jews. We'll call them proselytes. Proselytes or non descendants, non bloodline Hebrews. They're individuals of other nationalities that that convert to Judaism. Okay, the Second World War, as Pike envisioned, would be fought to repopulate Israel and to set the stage for the final World War. One more note: the original Hebrew tribes were what the West Caucasian would label black Africans. All right, that is a straight up fact. Everything about the continent of Africa has been whitewashed. All of its history, everything. But that's for ongoing series in the future. Not to get off of point what we're dealing with here. Okay, in comes the Holocaust and the Nazi ties to the Vatican. All right, that's the next step. All right, while the victors get to rewrite history, it can't always be obscure. They can't always obscure it as well as they would like, especially when it's as recent as the events of World War II. Pope Pius XII helped Adolf Hitler destroy German Catholic opposition to the Nazi regime, encourage an extermination of the Jews through the very least profound indifference, and bank much of the Nazi loot that the Vatican would use to finance the breakup of Yugoslavia years later. When it was time to dismantle the communist system to allow Russia to return to its Russian Orthodox Christian roots, to take part in the religious divisions of the third and final war. Okay? Keep that in mind, all right? Keep tracking with me here. We're going to get into the rest of this. All right. Additionally, the Vatican conspired with the OSS and the new CIA to smuggle many ranking Nazis out of Germany at the conclusion of the war. All right. That's under Operation Paperclip. All right. As millions of Jews lay dead across Europe, or I don't like to use the word Jews, we'll say Khazars, victims of Hitler's forced labor camps and extermination squads in the East, the rush to immigrate to Palestine and repopulate the Jewish state was on. So World War II would end just as Pike and Rome wanted, with Israel repopulated and ready to play its key role in the final world war to mimic biblical prophecy. They love to think that they are doing quote unquote God's work, helping God out. The war and its horrors would give Rome and its patrons another chance to found a world body of nations, thanks in large part to the Council of Foreign Relations and Rockefellers. They tirelessly behind the scenes worked to make it happen. He would even donate the land in valuable Manhattan and New York City to build on it. What is he going to build? The United Nations. All right, let's pick up in the next video. All right, picking up where we left off at, the United Nations. All right, the charter meeting was held in San Francisco, and the 45 delegates the United States sent, 44 were members of the CFR, as we've discussed earlier, looking at the Council on Foreign Relations. All right, most every nation on earth has since ratified the United Nations Charter and become a member. The head of the American delegation and the president of the charter meeting of the United Nations was Alger Hiss, a Council for Foreign Relations member, and in 1948 he just so happened to also be convicted after being indicted by a federal grand jury of being a communist spy and was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-year prison terms. Now, the world body of the UN has done a horrendous job at fulfilling its promises. It's allowed the near complete takeover of Palestine to create the modern Zionist Israel state, excuse me, and helped submerge the sovereignty of most nations, including our own, through a number of sister and subsidiary groups such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Health Organization, and others, and is now leading the charge for climate change treaties that will transfer more wealth away from America, the one nation that imagines it's free and is armed well enough to resist one world government and Roman rule. But we're going to get into how they plan to deal with that. Now let's look at the false flags and the completion of this nonsense. September 11th, 2001, in a spectacular and horrifying series of events, Americans woke up to find the iconic symbol of its prosperity, the World Trade Centers, crash and burn through a poorly investigated series of attacks by hijacked aircraft that also attacked the Pentagon. Blamed on radical Islamist revolutionaries led by Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda network, questions abound still to this day about the bin Laden family's business ties to the Bush family and their joint partnership in the Carlyle Group, which is a private investment and venture capital group that specializes in acquisition of high-tech and military startup companies, whose principal owners are the bin Laden family, the Bush family, and Tony Blair, who was the once Prime Minister of England at that time, of the start of the war on terror that resulted from these said attacks. Looking deeper into the Carlyle Group, the 9/11 part of the conspiracy that started over 2,000 years ago, believe it or not, to create a one world government ruled by Rome using divide and conquer warfare, the home of Gnosticism, the religion that the false version of true Christianity is largely built on. Persia is once again on the verge of suffering a Roman-led war by the United States and by Zionist Israel. The stage is being rapidly set to have the final world war turn the 3 major religions of the world upon one another to eliminate them and a majority of the world's human population along with it. Political events are being manipulated to mimic the Roman Bible's prophecy, and technology now exists to mimic acts of God as the prophecies foretold. All right, this is how they plan to administer the final leg of this new world order situation. All right, let's take a look now at Earth Day. Founded by the U.S. Senator Gaylord Nelson in 1970, it is now celebrated in over 175 countries every year. All right, every year. It's about getting people to take awareness in their environment. It's aimed at the climate control and environmentalist camp, but the truth is the earth is our environment. Wars rage across the planet. A worldwide economic crisis is going on. More people are starving of malnutrition than ever before, even though on the surface they appear to be morbidly obese. Pandemic diseases are on the rise, and religious differences have the world and its Roman governments on the verge of an all out war over the fate of Israel. Or should I say, the fake Zionist Khazar proselyte Israel. An Israel that does little to foster peace thanks to Zionist government and movements controlled by the papal Rothschild family that constantly fans the flames of religious intolerance and hatred. As, or the U.S. take a look at your money, at the pyramid on the back of your $1 bill, and the inscription in Latin that surrounds it. Look at our nation's capital, full of Roman edifices, and carved and adorned inside out with Masonic and Rosicrucian symbols and art. Ask yourself why all the science, law, and horticulture is based on Latin language, even though it's been a dead language since the fall of Rome in the German tribes. Why is our money attached to nothing and controlled by one international banker who gained his power, wealth, and titles from Rome and the Pope? Why does the Vatican have such incredible power and wealth over so many of our worldwide institutions, even while it can stand apart from them, not be found by them, yet benefit from them? Why? Because we live in Rome today. That's why. The Roman Empire that never died, that has been manipulating us to conquer ourselves and our very own world for it. So, in conclusion, where does this leave us as far as the historical aspect? Well, now you know where everything started from, the roots and the origins of this new world order situation. So now where do we go from here, and what is the plan to take down America? Because that's what it boils down to. All right, but let's take a little detour, because what you're about to see is the methodology that has been used on the American people since, I want to say, 1980, beginning around 1980, 81 to between 80 84. That's really the height of this. It's called propaganda. It's called social engineering. It's called by many names: propaganda, social engineering, MK Ultra, mind control. What's the tool they use? How can they get everybody to be controlled? How can they implant suggestions and false memories and things into the mind of the people? I'm here to tell you it's been a secret government plan that has been going on for decades, and the method that they use is the television. It's the media. Television and movies, primarily television, because of the way television is designed and the flicker rates. They can plant these suggestions into your mind. You would think, that's weak. That's not going to do anything. But over the course of thousands of hours, and that's how long it usually takes to program certain things into your mind, even false memories and things of that nature. And it's done it's in an attempt to dumb down the society so that you can't think straight, so that you can't put two thoughts together, so that you can't walk through the process of processing information. So like here in this clip that you see before you. So if guns kill people, I guess pencils misspell words, cars drive drunk, and spoons make people fat. Alright? Well, Again, this is critical thinking. It's taking a logical conclusion, taking something to its far end logical conclusion, where it ends up. Okay? Guns are not the problem. People are the problem, not the guns. If guns were outlawed today, people would find knives and bats, or even use their bare hands to kill someone. If a human being wants to take another human being's life, they will find multiple ways that they can do it. So, by maintaining the flicker rate, you can insert memories, you can insert things, you can make up appear down, and vice versa, all through subliminal messaging. Which leads us to the phenomenon of the Mandela effect. Understand that by making everything cybertronic and electronic and digital, putting everything online, everything into one mainframe computer, you can artificially implant memories. You don't need to necessarily microchip people. You can just hypnotize them through the television, through the flicker rates of the television. So that brings us to this Mandela effect. It is nothing for them to do revisionist history. They control the online situation, so they can go and change whatever they want. And because few people own the originals to anything these days, it's easy for them to say, nah, you just had it all wrong. It's Bernstein instead of Bernstein. And it goes on and on and on. Also, with the whole flat earth situation, they can make you think that the earth is flat. They can make you think anything. It is so easy to plant suggestions into people through mass hypnosis. It's called the power of suggestion. They can suggest anything. They do it every day. They have the masses fighting themselves, fighting amongst each other. And understand that your enemy, even though the elites are doing this so they can control the masses and keep everyone dumb, they're not even your enemy. The Rothschilds and the central bank at the end of the day is really not your enemy. Your enemy is spiritual. Your enemy is Satan, the devil himself, the Dark Lord, the Prince of Darkness. That is your true adversary. Now I know some of you are going to say, I don't believe in that. Okay, that's fine. Just because you don't believe in something does not mean it does not exist. You need to understand that even if you don't believe in such a thing, the power elite definitely believe in it. They believe in it so much that they have dedicated and devoted their lives to it and to see to your destruction. Alright, that's why you see the rise of Satanism and satanic cults. You see the rise of movies about witches and warlocks and wizards and magic. That's why you see the rise of black magic powers. And one of those is the power over the mind, the power of deception. There is a spirit of deception that is wreaking havoc. And the best way to destroy people is through the divide and conquer. So they have agents that they have employed in just about every aspect of society. They have algorithms on the internet posing as people and writing fake news stories and spamming people's blogs and other things of that nature. So that, if you see you got haters on your YouTube channel, most of those are robots and agents. All right, on the other side, most of them working in the basement of the Department of Defense. Their job is to quell all dissent. All right, so that's what they do. And you look at their accounts, they have no history on their accounts, no videos, no nothing. All right, it's just the way it is. Look at how successful this empire has built itself out. It built itself out over decades with no opposition. They were successful enough to assassinate a president in broad daylight in front of everybody and get away with it. They were able to assassinate all the leaders of the civil rights movement. They took out everybody. They took out Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and the head of the Black Panther Party and all these people right before the public's eyes. And nothing happened. It shut down. There hasn't been another king since. There's been no true black leadership since then. They've destroyed it. And this is something that's been happening for the longest time. That's why you can't get out of the matrix. You can't escape it. It's impossible because the matrix has made itself invincible. Just on an intellectual basis, you don't have the mental power to even get through it. You don't have the mental power to even grasp what's going on. There are going to be some that are going to be offended even by this video because I'm talking about things like this. But the issue is not to offend anyone. The truth is as offensive as it is. So what are some of these tactics? Well, look how they use language to confuse the masses, okay? Euphemisms. Instead of calling it a murder, they'll say, oh, it was a vehicular homicide. They have all these different wordings to take the blow away from what something really is. And again, I do not mean to offend anyone. I'm trying to educate and show you how they're using divide and conquer, how they're deceiving the masses. All right? That's what they're doing. Okay? For instance, they'll say, instead of calling someone gay or calling someone homosexual, they'll say, oh, this person is a same-gendered lover or something of that nature. It's ridiculous, okay? Instead of saying sodomite, they say, this person is gender neutral or gender fluid. All these different things. Why do you think they're pushing this so much? They're pushing it because as long as they can keep you lovers of pleasure, lovers of the flesh, and keeping your mind on fleshly things, you won't think about anything other than that because your mind will be so full of that. All right? And again, this is not an attack on the LGBT community. I have members of my extended family that are gay, okay? Male and female. So this is not a stab at them. The truth be told, I'd rather hang out with some of them than some of the straight people. Some of them are some of the coolest, most loving people I've ever met in my life. So this is not about that. I'm trying to demonstrate and show you how they're using divide and conquer to keep everyone suppressed. Okay, so then what do? They take members of that community and pit them against people who are heterosexual. All right, so then you have this big clash. All right, so there's a war that's been started there. So now the gays are pushing for their rights and they want to be married and everything else, while in the mainstream media they're constantly dogging marriage and dogging males and men. You don't see strong male images anymore. It's almost like being a strong masculine male is frowned upon and it's anathema. All right, you're ostracized if you're a strong male. They want you to be an effeminized male. All right, they want you to basically be a woman. So we exalt woman and then we destroy strong male images. And then they attack the family. Again, divide and conquer. They sent Scud missiles into the family homes. So you divide families. So the divorce rate is like 80% now. All right? And then it gets to the point where the logical conclusion of attacking marriage is to destroy family to get to the point where people don't even want to get married anymore. They say, what's the point? I don't need a piece of paper. Right? So now you have dysfunctional families. All right, and it's ridiculous. You got children rising up against their parents and killing their parents and all types of just craziness within the slave base. All right, if you're not an elite, you're considered a slave. So they have all this chaos going on the street front, on the home front, while the elite sitting back laughing and getting rich off of the warfare. How are they getting rich off the warfare? Because they're selling you armaments to keep the fight going. How are they doing that? By telling you, you form organizations, and then they sell you products and movies and market. They're actually marketing towards certain stereotypes and things. If you look at the average commercial, you can tell who they're talking to. They don't have to say, okay, the following commercial is going to be for black people in the hood. So if you don't live in the hood and you're not black, please step away from the TV set. No, they just throw it out there, and automatically that audience is going to be able to understand that commercial is for them. Case in point, look at the Kentucky Fried Chicken commercials, but showing rap and the person and they show the people that they're talking to. They put those people in the video. It's all marketing ploys. Everything is. So in certain commercials who they're talking to, because the people they put in the commercial are going to look like the people they're trying to reach. So you have all these psychological warfare operations going on simultaneously. It's all psychological warfare against the American citizens. It's against the citizenry. Psychological warfare against the citizenry. All right, and then they go back and they change history. They rewrite the textbooks. They make you think you're going crazy, like, oh, this thing never existed. It was you just remember it wrong. So millions of people are remembering wrong. No, they've been playing with your mind. It's psychological warfare, nothing else. Even making you think that they can stop time and reverse time and their alternate realities and all this other nonsense. We'll get into that later, but for now, I just want you to understand that at the end of the day, this is all psychological warfare. Just look at do a cursory glance of YouTube on any given day. Look how many Armageddon videos there are. Everyone's talking about the dollar collapsing, the U.S. collapsing, collapse, collapse, collapse. The end of the dollar, the collapse. That's all that they've been telling. They've been doing that for years. Since I've been on YouTube, since 2008, 2009, that's all you've been hearing about is the death of the dollar. The dollar ain't died yet. All right, yeah, it's down today on the exchange. It's 93.45 as we talk. Probably gonna hit 92 before it's all said and done. But it's still not dead. It's them taking away the paper currency and replacing it with digital. Even the collapse and the crash that everyone's talking about, all they're going to do is turn off the electronic mechanism so you can't access your money and use your credit card. That's not a crash. That's not a collapse. That's them starving everyone to death on purpose to make you beg and crawl for the New World Order agenda. Until next time, keep your head up. Be encouraged. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of our continual series, There Is No Collapse. I did not intend to make this particular recording, but I have no choice. You're looking at a chart of gold futures. This chart for gold futures is the August 2016 contract. The rumors still don't stop. They're still persistent. It seems like every week now there's a new rumor, there's a new video. Everyone's talking about collapse. They're getting their views up. I mean, it's a good way to get views, talk about collapse and all this other stuff. And these people don't know what they're talking about. They're just peddling fiction, to borrow a phrase from Obama. And the latest one is the COMEX collapse. They have been calling for the COMEX to collapse since 2008. All right, and maybe even before that. It just came to my attention in 2008. So we're in 2016. I mean, it's been almost a decade and there's no collapse. They're saying they're having problems with deliveries, blah blah blah. Okay, let me explain a few things to you guys so you guys can understand the way futures contracts work and the way the COMEX or any other futures exchange works. Even if it were possible, even if Let's say the rumors are true and there is an absolute, positively a collapse coming up. All right. Understand the powers that be will not allow this to happen. It doesn't suit their purpose. The central banks will simply provide liquidity, and that will be the end of it. All right, that's how that works. There's no collapse. Most of the people talking about the paper market, they like to call the futures market, they like to call the paper market. They also include the ETFs like the GLD and the SLV ticker symbols into that mix. The majority of the people who are making these videos, some of them I actually have the highest esteem for. They've done a lot of good. But at the end of the day, leave the market stuff alone, because most of these cats, they've never held a Series 7 securities license. They've never held a Series 3, which is a commodity futures securities license. They've never set for an exam. They've never worked on Wall Street. Most of them have never even traded a commodity futures contract to save their life at all, period, ever. Most of them don't even have brokerages accounts. Please don't let me start naming names. Some of the most famous newsletter writers and sellers of trading timing signals and things of that nature have never even traded in a day in their life. Most of them do not have active accounts, and they'd be the first to tell you, I have no money in the market exposed at this time. Please don't make me start naming names. All right? Some of the biggest names, you will be surprised. All right? I spent a lot of years working in the financial sector. I worked on Wall Street. I worked at two different firms. I was a derivatives analyst and systems trader and developer, so I know what I'm talking about. I met a lot of people. All right. I've worked in several different. I've worked in banking. I worked for a couple of the top 5 banks that you know of. I worked there. All right. I know a lot of people. I also worked in healthcare. I also worked in law enforcement. I've done a lot. I've met a lot of people. I know a lot of famous people, and I know a lot of people who know famous people, and I also have some pretty powerful and blank 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 people in my immediate family. So we'll leave it at that. I don't need to brag and boast and name drop. Most of the people would be shocked if I did so, and it could have dire consequences, so I will not. Just suffice it to say that most of the people who are telling you about these collapse stuff, they're lying. They don't know what they're talking about. They do not understand. All right. If they did, then they will be honest and tell you that it's impossible. Okay, let's go back for a minute. If you have not watched the series There Is No Collapse, you need to do so you can understand what's going on. But I'll suffice to say in a nutshell, there is no COMEX collapse, because most of the futures contracts that they have now are non-delivery. They are non-delivery. You cannot take physical delivery. It is impossible. It has not come part of the deal. It tells you in their fine print. Just go to the website and pull up the contract. You can download the PDF file pamphlets for free. They break down the futures contracts, tells you everything you need to know about them, the months that are traded, the time, the day it's traded, the contract rollovers, and all that stuff. Okay, they will tell you that. All right. Another thing that people don't understand is that in the USA, the majority of how can I say this? The business plan in the markets in the USA are bucket shop oriented. All right. Any of you who know about the old school bucket shops going back in the 1920s, you would go in and you basically be trading against the broker. All right. Sometimes your money wasn't even placed into the real market. And for a lot of the forex brokers today, when you place buy and sell, you're not really buying and selling anything. Your money is really not being exposed to the actual market itself. Your broker's holding it. They have a computerized system that does these things, and then you're basically betting against your broker. It's a modern day bucket shop. All right, that's how that works. Most people don't know that. All right, so there is no delivery. All right, another thing too. Okay, when you open a brokerage account to trade futures contracts, there are different aspects and different types of accounts. There's hedging accounts and there's speculative accounts. If you are a hedger, then it's a whole different application process. If you're a speculator, then it's another process. Also, if you want to take delivery on things, you have to fill out paperwork specific to that way before you even put on a trade. And in most cases, before you even fund your account, you have to tell them that you are expecting to take delivery so that they know that going up front. And in doing so, your margin requirements are going to be different than everyone else. Understand that you're not going to get that 50% day trade margin when you're trading the E-mini S&P 500. Your margin is going to be higher. All right. There are all types of nuances with this, and it varies from broker to broker. But at the end of the day, you have to fill out paperwork. When it comes to taking physical, there's other checks and balances they have to go forth too. You have to put up large amounts of money. Large amounts of money, because you have to cover storage costs, delivery cost, and you have to cover interest. All right, there are fees and interest, okay, that go on top of this. All right, that's why futures contract prices are higher than spot prices, because it has to take into account future price and storage costs and interest and fees. Okay, there's fees. There's a fee for them to hold your 10,000 ounces of silver or gold. I'm just throwing numbers out at the warehouse. It costs money. There's storage fees. It's like if you go to a public storage, you don't just get to have them store your junk for nothing. They're going to charge you a monthly fee for that. Well, same thing with trading futures, physical commodities. Okay, unless you want 5,000 bushels of soybeans or corn dropped off at your door, and that used to be the old joke. You have to get out of that long futures position. You have to liquidate it by the last trade day. All right, and there's calendars associated with trading futures to let you know first notice day, last notice day, last trade day. Okay, there are different days and things of that nature. All right, and you're going to be out of the position long before all that happens. And then there's contract rollover too, and you can see it because the open interest will change. So like if, let's say, all right, right now, for example, we're trading September in the Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, and the Russell and the Nikkei futures, okay? So what that means is if you're still in the June contract, today is your last day to be out of that. You have to be out by the close of the market today from those June contracts, because we roll over today. All right, we rolled over. It's Friday, so they're rolling over. It's official now. Sometimes they do it a couple days beforehand, depends on your broker, but for the most part, open interest has shifted now to the September contract, so you must be out of that June contract. Okay, that's what happens. And if you fail to get out of a contract, you don't have to be fearful that they're going to deliver 5,000 bushels of soybeans at your door, or corn, or pork bellies, or something like that. All right. What happens is most brokers will just take you out, and remember, futures contracts at the end of the day are settled in cash. Okay, so they just take you out. Period. You just get out. The S&P and the Dow and stuff, those are automatically settled in cash. Okay, that's how that works. But when you're trading gold and silver, precious metals, whatever, it's automatically assumed that you're going to get out before your last trade day. You're gonna, and even before first notice day and all that. It's assumed, you're gonna get out. That's why futures contracts have short life spans, because they trade multiple months. All right, that's why that exists. That's why there's not going to be a delivery. All right, the average futures trading account, unless it has changed, and I can't picture or fathom that it changed that drastically over the several years. I'm going to say that it's still the same. So let's use that. The average futures account is about $5,000 or $10,000. That's the average size of the average futures account. 5 to 10,000. That's it. It's small when compared to trading equities, because you need a lot more money. The leverage on trading equities, the most you can get is 2 to 1. But when you're trading futures, you have leverage of 50 to 1 or higher. So it's different. Risk of ruin is different too. So, and the contracts are not designed for you to hold them forever. So the people who are talking this, these a collapse every week, every month, whatever. I believe they're just talking their book. They're probably long or short the contracts, and they're trying to bid up the open interest. Okay, pump and dump is not illegal in trading futures. It is when it comes to trading equities, but trading commodity futures are under different laws than trading stocks. Like, for instance, there's no such thing as insider trading in futures. It doesn't exist. It exists for trading stocks, but not for trading futures. Okay, it's okay for me to give you quote unquote inside information on the price of orange juice. Who cares? It's not the same. Totally different laws. Okay, so please stop the fear mongering. All right, there is no COMEX collapse. All right, most people who claim they want to take delivery, they are not under any position to have to be able to take delivery. They don't have that kind of money. They don't have $1 million. They don't have a couple $100,000 at risk and take gold delivery. It's just not. It's just not like that. Most people's accounts are not set up as hedging accounts. They're not producers of commodities. They're not users of commodities. They're not they're not elevators. Okay, they're not anywhere in that process. Okay, you're not the farmer that's growing the wheat. You're not the elevator that's processing the wheat. You're none of those things. You're just a speculator. So stop pretending that every time you put on a futures contract, you're going to do a Gero Salente and take physical. All right, everybody's not Gero Salente, and I have utmost respect for him. But everybody's not Gero Salente. You're not sitting up here doing futures contracts and taking delivery of physical. Your account ain't set up like that. This man's been trading the precious metals longer than most people that listen to him have been alive. All right, so stop fear mongering and riding this man. Just do you. There is no COMEX collapse. Period. All right. Anyone talking about they can't deliver the physical is a lie. Trust me. They already have the money. If they've taken your money and you fill out that paperwork, you're gonna get your physicals. You just got to come up with the cash to pay for the storage fees and pay for the tractor trailer to drop it off at your front door. You got to pay for all that. You pay for all of that, trust me, you'll get your physical. There's no way in the world that they would not deliver your physical. In the last 70 years, no one who has been due money or physical in the commodities markets can say they never got it. It used to be that you could say no one who was ever owed money in trading commodity futures was ever out of their money. That never had happened. It happened in stocks, but it never happened in futures until the situation with Man Financial, MF Global. Until that happened, no one was ever out money that was due them in trading futures. It was the safest thing that you could trade. It was safer than trading equities. It's just how it was, but they can't say that no more. But they still can brag. The futures markets can still brag that no one who was owed delivery didn't get their delivery. All right, you put that money up. Oh, they trust me, they got it. They got gold and silver in storage. They even got oil farms. I think it's down in Texas somewhere. I don't quote me. I remember seeing the footage of it a while back, where they had just, man, they have a tremendous amount of oil farm reserve tanks just sitting there. So if you're trading the physical oils and you want your 500 barrels of oil, trust me, they got it waiting for you. You can just come on. You just got to come on and get it yourself, though. I think that one you have to come get. Yeah, they don't drop that off. You got to physically come get that. Have your own tanker truck to come pick that up. But for everything else, it's in storage. Trust and believe that. They got cotton. They got it all. It's there. And if you want it, you can come get it. You just have to fill out the contracts when you open up your account and do a whole bunch of other things and go through a process. But if you want your physicals, you can get it. So stop pretending that the COMEX can't deliver gold and silver bars, because they can. They have it. All right. It's the U.S. who don't have no gold. But the commodities markets are well intact. Ain't nothing wrong with them. All right. So just wanted to throw that out there. Okay. They're derivative contracts for a reason, and they settle in cash. You just need to know that. All right. So be encouraged. Welcome to another edition of the Vulcan Report. I can't do the voice. I try, but I just can't. Anyhow, this is a new series that we're starting. I don't know if I want to make it a part 8 of There Is No Collapse, or keep that going, or do I want to start a whole new series? I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. For now, I think I'll just make it a part 8. How about that? Okay, here's what we're going to be talking about. The title of this video is The Obama Effect. Everyone's been talking about the Mandela effect, but we're going to talk about the Obama effect. The Mandela effect, in my humble opinion, is nothing more than psychological manipulation and psychological warfare of the public masses in an effort to twist their thinking. If they can get you to think that up is down and down is up and right is left, then you won't have the mental acumen to dissect what is coming out of the mainstream media. Furthermore, you won't care to. You will feel disgusted, lightheaded, and woozy whenever you try to exercise critical thinking. That is exactly what they want. Therefore, they roll out these psyops like the Mandela effect. If you think about it and just really do the knowledge to it, you will find that it's not very difficult to deceive, not in a technological age that we live in. All you have to do is change timelines on the internet, change a few photographs, things of that nature, and then you make a psyop about it. It's not hard for companies to change their logos, change the spelling of their names, and then retrograde it on the internet. It's not hard at all to make you think that it's always been that way, and it hasn't. All right? If they can do that, then they can make you believe anything they want. It's not that hard, people. All right? Get over it. It's not that hard. And furthermore, the things that have been presented in this Mandela effect are absolutely absurd. Let me tell you why. Who cares, for example, that Fruit Loops is spelled differently than what you thought? Who cares that they changed the logos on some things? Who cares? It has no direct impact on our daily lives in any way, shape, or form. The Mandela effect is silly. It is real, but it is silly. All right? And that's what you need to know and focus on going forward. All right, moving along now. So when we talk about the Obama effect, what we're talking about is the real effect that you need to be paying attention to. And that is how the presidential election for 2016 is going to affect the overall markets along with the economy. Let's take a look and a little walk down memory lane to give you a better understanding of what we mean when we say the Obama effect, what it is, and how it's played out. All right, I want you to look here at a chart of crude oil futures. This is for the trading year of 2008. As many of you recall, we had a presidential election in 2008. And this presidential election was to determine who would be running none other than the White House. So, here we have a picture of the Federal Reserve building in Washington, D.C. In other words, it doesn't really matter who wins the White House because this building right here is the real White House. All right? 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is not the real White House. It's this building right here. This is the real White House of the nation's capital. This is the real center of power, and that is the bank, the almighty bank, the thing that finances everything under the sun, the thing that makes the world go round, the money. All right? So, the battle for the so-called fictitious White House starts with this White House. This White House determines who goes to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue at the end of the day. Going back to the 2008 financial crisis, when you look at this chart, you see blue lines here turning into red lines here. What you saw with that is the end of a bull market run and the beginning of a bear market run. This crude oil chart shows you how crude oil went to virtually $150 a barrel before immediately collapsing with no pullback whatsoever. Just straight down. Just how it went straight up, it goes down in a straight line, down to $30 a barrel before the year is even out. All right? Now, let's just grasp this for a moment. From July, when you topped out in July of 2008. You bottomed out in November of 2008. So let's count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4 months later. Interesting, isn't it? As soon as they knew that Obama was going to be in the office, in the White House, and they knew this in July, before the November election, they went ahead and stopped the assault on the nation's economy. This is how you know that zeros and ones have been in effect into the markets for several years. This is all done electronically. Just as quickly as they kept pushing the button to take it up to 150, they immediately turned the buy button off and switched to the sell button and let it collapse. Instantaneously just collapsed. This here is unnatural. Nothing's supposed to go up in a straight line or go down in a straight line, but that's what you have here, a continual straight line with no correction. It had no business being up here at this price. There was no way to justify this price. This was done in an effort to get Obama elected because that's what they wanted. Remember, it goes back to what? The White House, okay? This house wanted Obama in the other White House. The White House that was built for your benefit, to make you think that's where power lies. But it lies here. This white building controls none other than this right here, these markets. So through the power of the algorithms, they allowed this to happen to push the Republican out of the office and then install the Democrat. All right, they're two heads of the same dragon. All right, here's your blue, and then here's your red. All right, it's just that simple. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this is what rules the world. This is your Obama effect. There are a few ways to look at it. Another way to look at it is, okay, so you want to put an African American in the White House. Okay, we're going to punish you. And this here, the dropping of the crude oil price led to another event. As this was dropping, guess what else was dropping too? You guessed it, the stock market. They punished the stock market as soon as he got in office. They let this collapse right as he was getting into the office. Boom. Oh, he won. He's elected. Here we go. Armageddon. That's what they allow to happen. So the Obama effect is going to be twofold. The first leg of it is, what is it that they want to do? Well, you have here two people. You have Hillary Clinton and you have Donald Trump. All right? What you need to understand, and I said this before, Donald's place in all of this was to help get Hillary elected. Knowing that her running against him would be a shoe-in for what they were trying to do. What he is a Democrat in Republican clothing. All right? The man funded her for years, attended weddings and other family functions and things of that nature. They're buddies. So don't get it confused when he says things out of his mouth like, oh, she's unfit to run and all this other stuff. All right, all is fair in campaigning. They sit back and they laugh about it afterwards. So what does all this mean, and what can you expect going forward? What is the market going to do? How is the markets going to behave? What's going to be the end game for the economy based on what happens? Well, let's look at some of these scenarios of what is about to happen. Notice how, as the summer is getting into full effect, all of a sudden we have crisis once again brewing in the European Union. All right, the powerful ECB, which is the central banking arm of the Federal Reserve, that's the Federal Reserve's overseas European arm, okay? You can say that's their left arm. The Federal Reserve in the States is the right arm, okay? And they are making it so that you have no choice but to do exactly as they want you to do. They're hijacking the economies because they've already hijacked the nations of the world via the UN. So here's what's happening. All of a sudden you have this Brexit thing coming up. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen if Britain leaves the euro? What happens if they leave the union? Oh my goodness, it's going to be what? What are they saying? What's the number one thing they're saying is going to happen if we get a Brexit? I'll show you. This is what they're saying is going to happen if the Brexit vote goes through. That's right, the apocalypse, the financial apocalypse. Now, for those of you who do not believe that that is the case, you need to understand what's going on behind the scenes to prove that that is exactly the case. Mass emails have been going out for the last couple weeks saying that that most brokers, especially those forex brokers, all right, in the foreign exchange situation, they're saying that they have to modernize things and take precautions and play around with margin requirements. So they're raising the margin requirements. Some brokers are going to outright forbid trading in the pound sterling altogether. You won't be able to do anything no matter how much money you have in your account. For those of you who have been around for a while, you remember what happened a few years ago with the whole Kiwi situation, and you remember when the market moved like 10, 15, 50,000 pips instantaneously. I know you remember that. I wish I had that chart to show you, but I don't have that chart. But those of you who trade forex, you know full well what I'm talking about. It's like a 50,000 pip move. This is what happened. This scenario happened to many an account on that day. It was a fiasco. It was a nuclear 9/11 situation in the forex markets. Never before seen was the carnage on that day like we had it. They're fearing that something even bigger than that will happen if Britain leaves the euro. What does that really mean? And who is they? Well, let's be a little bit more specific. This is they. The central bank is threatening that it will collapse the financial structure if Britain leaves the euro. There it is in a nutshell. Your threats are coming from here. All right, it's coming from here. If you leave, it's going to be chaos and Armageddon. So all the brokers are trying to prepare themselves so they don't get wiped out in the process. All right. So this is where the threats are coming from. So what are we saying this all means? Well, this big knot on the forehead is not for no reason, because underneath of it is an enormous brain. All right, the Vulcan has spoken. Here's what's going to happen. The Mandela effect is central banks hijacking the financial system and twisting the arms of the once sovereign nations to do their bidding and to do as they say. or else there will be dire consequences. That's the Obama effect. Now, let's take a look at what the Obama effect is going to look like here in the States. If Hillary wins the White House, you can expect one of two things. Either she may choose to have Bill, her husband, as her running mate and make him vice president. If that happens, you will see the reverse of this. This chart is the S&P 500 futures contract when it hit the low of 666 back in the March of 2009 time frame. That's what you're seeing here. All right, you can flip this upside down, and that's what you would see. It'll be the opposite. Let's see if we can do that here. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, the reverse of that. You'll see this go through the moon if she gets into office and makes Bill her vice president. Why do I say that? Because remember the go-go 90s. Who led the charge? Who was the spokesman for the central bank in the 90s? It was Bill Clinton. Under the guide of Bill Clinton, the financial markets had their best time ever. All right, all-time highs, and all the stock indexes, companies were just blowing up with money, and just amazing things were happening. People had jobs, buying houses and yachts. We had Microsoft millionaires, people cashing in stock options and getting rich just coming out of high school or graduating college. It was amazing times to behold, the go-go 90s. If Hillary gets in the office, you will see the go-go 90s come back again, except for this time they have way more things at their disposal. The central banks now have completely electronically connected the global markets in a way they didn't have back then. So they can, quote unquote, print money to oblivion. And that's what they will do. They will run the stock indexes to heights that you will not even believe possible. Dow 20,000, nah, try Dow 100,000. And I mean that. Seriously, I'm not kidding. If Hillary gets in office, they are going to create jobs like you've never seen before. New jobs are going to fall out of the sky. Everything they've been holding back to push their new agenda, they're going to release. You're going to think that happy hard times are here again. Happy high times. It's going to be happy high times. People are going to be amazed at what they can do. People will be praising them, saying they're the greatest thing ever. And it's just going to be amazing times. You have no idea the power of the Federal Reserve and these central banks. You have no idea what lengths they will go to get their agendas pushed. If that means cutting everybody a check for $1,000, they will do it. Understand that. They will do whatever they need to do to push their agenda. All right? Like I said, there is no collapse. It already happened. All right? This is what you can expect if Donald Trump gets into office. Absolute carnage in the market. 666 S&P 500 will be taken out. If Donald Trump gets in office, because they hate him, the establishment hates him, they've already said he's an outsider, he's not one of them, they are going to kill the financial markets. Those that see and know, this is nothing new to them. We're at a fork in the road. It's going to be either Hillary or Donald. You can't have both. It's either or. One of them is going to win and one of them is going to lose. But here's how it goes. It doesn't matter if they both win or both lose. Now, what does that mean? If she wins, he loses, right? No. Whoever wins, they both win because they're both the same. They're both of the Democratic arm of the false paradigm, making you think we're in a two-party system. We're not. These two are the same. His job was to get her elected, period. And if their plan were to fail some kind of way and he gets elected, they still win, because then he'll make her his vice president, running mate. He'll make her whatever. They have a contingency plan in place, what I'm trying to say, to get their agenda across. So, summing it all up, what is the Obama effect? The Obama effect is the Federal Reserve and the central bank's ability to strong-arm governments to do their bidding and do whatever they say, and until nations do so, they hold the markets hostage, and they can crash and collapse markets in a moment's notice. You saw the May 10th, 2010, the May 6, 2010 flash crash. That was them flexing their muscles and showing you what they can do, and then they brought the market right back up. This time they won't. They'll keep it down like they did in that oil chart I showed you. That's what this is all about. Now, in closing, they have been using this to pump propaganda and a major psyop during this whole election cycle to get you to do what they want you to do. All right, this is what they use. They use the media to control the minds of the people through propaganda and other psyops. All right, yes, the Pentagon is building a self-aware AI killer robot that lives on social media. So they have robots that they can go in and do things, make you think they're people, to get you to do what they want you to do. All right, so there you have it. The Obama effect is in full effect. Peace. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Vulcan Report. This is a special report that I think needs to be said, and we need to really get to the bottom of this. Today is June the 16th, 2006, also known as 666, or 666, the satanic ritual sacrifice of the gold and silver markets. It was actually said verbatim on Bloomberg today that Bitcoin is going to replace gold and silver. Yes, they actually said and mentioned that gold and silver was going to be replaced by Bitcoin. That's right. You heard it first here on the Vulcan Report. Did I not tell you in the video series there is no collapse, that cryptocurrency was going to be the one world currency, that everything was going to be onto the electronic control grid? Well, today is that day. Let's take a look at some events that have surrounded today so that we can look at some of the evidences for looking to this matter further. For those of you that watched the video series in its current entirety, you remember this picture here that I showed you by this guy named John McAfee speaking about cryptocurrencies on RT. I'm sure you can do a search on YouTube and find the video, and you'll get an idea of who this guy is, who RT is, and a little bit more about where we're going with this overall cryptocurrency conspiracy. I'm sure most of you are also familiar with this guy, David Icke. He has a video on YouTube talking about the money hoax, going into the digits and the currencies and how it's all electronic, and has been for some time, as I've always warned you and told you about. I had this picture in the earlier video series as well. Wanted to show it to you again. Here's the European Central Bank building in Frankfurt, which is well in focus ahead of the Brexit vote coming up on the 23rd, which is next week. And here we are looking at the Federal Reserve in play. That is now all but a lame duck. It can do nothing. It cannot raise rates without destroying the economy, without destroying the markets. and not just here at home, but the global markets as a whole. It is also believed, based on today's actions, that the Federal Reserve, i.e., the central banks, are the ones that created the whole Bitcoin cryptocurrency situation. And I do believe that they are also manipulating and monitoring it along with the stock market, including gold and silver and other precious metals, which I will prove and demonstrate in this video. It should be noted that this young lady was assassinated today, okay, ahead of the Brexit vote coming into next week. She plays a very important part in this overall situation. Why the timing of this is also very interesting. Why did this have to happen today of all days? Because today is 666, June the 16th, 2016. This is a satanic Illuminati sacrifice. I believe she was sacrificed ahead of the installation of the new monetary system under the technology of the Bitcoin cryptocurrency control grid. If you've already watched the end of day market report for today, then keep in mind and remember what I showed you from the diving this morning of the US dollar and then the correcting of the US dollar. And it started here. This here represents time, like Eastern Standard Time, East Coast time. This is AM. Look what happened. As the dollar moved up, so did the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin rallied off its lows, and so did the US dollar, along with the Bitcoin. And as this was happening at the same time, simultaneously, gold and silver started crashing after they topped out and hit their highs, a 2-year high to be exact, in gold. Look at the Bitcoin, look at the gold and the silver, look at the US dollar, look at the Dow. The outflows from the precious metals and the inflows into the Dow, the dollar, and the new dollar, this Bitcoin, this cryptocurrency, which is controlled by the Fed. Point blank, period. I told you in the video series that that was the case, and now I'm proving it to you today. They proved it to you right in your face at the same time that they do an Illuminati sacrifice on that woman who is part of that Brexit coming up next week. Then after the big flamboyant display, what do we have here? But live on none other than Bloomberg. You have two different people, one in New York, the Global Financial Center, and Los Angeles as well. Look at this. Now they're telling you the halving is coming for Bitcoin. How in the world do you know that that's coming unless you're the ones that are doing it? All right. We know that stock splits happen in global markets and stock markets because that's controlled by the by the banking elite and the fascist government, which is the merging of corporate and powers and government powers. So we know what they do and how they do it to keep the flows of their stock price. If it gets too high, then they'll split and stuff like that. Then you have reverse splits. You have all types of stuff. If it gets too low, you reverse split. It's all types of manipulation. Okay, that's still a form of manipulation. So here we have it right now. It's right in your face. They're telling you now the halving is coming for Bitcoin. They're about to do how do I say this? An exploit. They're going to do an operation. They're going to start operating more in your face in Bitcoin. That's what they're showing you here. All right. So they wanted to get you prepared. Then they show you this 1-year chart showing you Bitcoin benefits from weaker yuan or won, however you want to say it. Look at this. You see the correlations. All right. They're showing you now. And notice how they chose the yuan to show you this. Why? Because China is an emerging superpower. All right, the US is the one that's going away. China is on the rise, along with Russia. We'll keep that for another video. Here's the price action. Look at this. All right, correlating beautifully. Beautifully. All right, they're letting you know that this Bitcoin is ready. All right, they've done all the things they needed to do. The cryptocurrency is ready. The control grid is in place. We can now collapse the actual currencies, the fiat currencies, the currency markets. All right, and bring and then install the cryptocurrency Bitcoin structure into society. So there it is. The proof for you guys is in the pudding. I've shown it all to you. You've seen what's happening. You can do your own research. Go take a look at some of these articles here on Bloomberg. You should be able to find it and look at the Bitcoin. You do it yourself. Pull up the intraday charts and see it. Look at the timing of all of this. You follow the money, follow the price action. You can see the manipulation. Look at the sacrifice. All right. Look at the sacrifice. Look at the three sixes in today's date. All right, 0616 2016 666. This lady's killed. It's not a coincidence. These guys are behind it. I'm telling you, that's what's up. That's why these markets have been berserk, and you can't make heads or tails of it because it's not people trading and buying and selling. It is fear mongering along with market manipulation. You have to follow the algorithms, and that's the only way to make money and trade in these markets now. You have to know the algorithms. All right, so just want to put that out there for you guys. Be encouraged, more to come, and hang in there. Thank you for tuning in to this special edition of the Vulcan Report. This report is for June the 22nd, Wednesday, 2016. The title of this video is Brexit and the Sham of Democracy. It is to be noted that although the Brexit vote is scheduled to take place this week, that in a nutshell, the votes are not binding. This proves the sham of democracy that the nations of the West are known for. You have the idea of democracy, but denying the power thereof. In other words, you have a popular vote, you allow the people to vote, but their votes don't matter. Their votes don't count. At the end of the day, the power structure, the powers that be, the government decides what it's going to do. It will listen to the people just to get an idea of what the general consensus is, and then it makes a decision for itself. It gets to decide what it wants to do. The people have no voice. The people have no choice. The vote is not binding. Just like in America, the United States, the popular vote does not matter. Every American citizen that votes can vote for one candidate, and that candidate still not be elected in the office. Okay? Because what matters? The power structure. The power structure decides what it wants to do. You can call that power structure electoral college or whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. The power base gets to decide what it wants to do for itself. And it's never going to vote against itself. It's not going to do anything to hurt itself. The elite are not going to tax themselves. They're going to tax you and I. So, at the end of the day, the Brexit vote does not matter. What matters is what the power structure decides it wants to do. Right now, everything is being priced into the market for them to stay. And what do we know about markets? Markets like to do what is going to hurt the most people. So if everyone is thinking that they're going to stay, and if all the voters vote for them to stay, and the markets rally a little bit, understand there will be an utter collapse in the markets if it goes the opposite way and we have a Brexit. If we have a Brexit, you can understand that there will be turmoil in the market. Now, I want to show you something in this. This is the pound sterling chart. I want you to take a look at it. Notice that we've already been in a bear market. See, bear market is red. See our little red bear in the bottom right hand corner. And you notice too, it's been in this prolonged period of downtrend. But technically speaking, it was pulse wave positive for a couple of weeks. Now it's starting to pulse wave negative again. It's starting to resume the downtrend and break support lines, only to be pushed back up again. All right, so you have a mixed scenario. The long-term trend is down. You see we're below the Kumo cloud. You see negative momentum starting to pick up here. All right, hence this red line here. All right, and you're starting to build one of these situations where it extends out. It locks in, okay, like it did back here. We locked in. Prices went down, okay. The thing to be noted about this whole Brexit thing too, when you're looking at the pound sterling, is that unlike the US dollar, you don't see as much intervention into this particular currency. They will allow this thing to drop like a rock, and there's not that much intervention like you have in the dollar. Overall, this used to be the world currency. It's not anymore. Hasn't been for quite a long time. And you can see they just let it rip. They let anything happen here. Look at this. They let anything go. Anything happens. Doesn't matter. Nice steady uptrend here. And right now we find ourselves here. So, what does this all mean? Well, if you want to look at some of the technical aspects of this, you're going to want to go ahead and go to the blog. Too much to read here in this quick video. But all the technicals with the pulse waves, the weekly pulse waves, all that is on the blog. You can see where the buy triggers are and the sell triggers. You can see where we're at. So you probably do well to take a look at that and do so at your own leisure. But just understand that right now the market is in a possible situation where it can break out if they stay. But understand that the forces are so negative right now in this that it almost doesn't matter what they do, it's going to go down. Again, you see this negative momentum starting to come up. So trade with your own risk on that one. But again, the Brexit vote is not binding, so we have another example of a sham of democracy. Remember, bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. So take what you can, give nothing back.